Honorable members, prayers. Let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, since I don't have any message from His Excellency the President, and today there is no formal communication from me, we'll move straight to item 4 on the order paper. Item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We will start with the correction and proceedings of Tuesday, 12th July 2022. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, I wasn't in the chamber yesterday, even though I was with you at the proceeding. I noticed at page 9, item 6, first, after your statement, you tasked an ad hoc committee to be constituted by Education, Finance, Gender and Children, Health, Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs, to go into the referral and report to this House before the end of October. Maybe I would have wished that the indication would have been that the report should come to us maybe by the close of the first week after we resume. But if you are specific, we don't know what may happen. So I would suggest that the referral, the report should be the first weekend after we resume, the House resumes. I think that would be a better way of framing it. Within the first week of resumption. So that, I guess, will be better. That's number one. Mr. Speaker, the second thing is I again wasn't here. I noticed what enterprise that you undertook. Mr. Speaker, whereas I agree with the principle, I would have thought, in all sincerity, that if you had had any whispers from the corridors, maybe would have, working through leadership, had maybe the necessary consultations, and then the relevant committees would have been tasked to do the follow-up in sync with Article 103(3), which requires that committees of Parliament be assigned this responsibility. And Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, to read Article 103(3) of the Constitution, that committees of Parliament shall be charged with such functions, including the investigation and inquiry into the activities and administration of ministries and departments, as Parliament may determine, and such investigation and inquiries may extend to proposals for legislation. So whereas, Mr. Speaker, I share in your sentiments that something came to you and then you stepped out there to go and verify, I would have thought that maybe the better arrangement would have been for us to send the committees to investigate and then report to us. Mr. Speaker, that was what I was looking for. But this is the time for correction of votes and proceedings, which strictly is not part of this. But it's correction of strategy.
That's okay.
Mr. Speaker, so it's a process and procedure. It's a process and procedure that I'm relating to. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader, Leader of the House, and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, completely out of order. What we're doing now...
Yours obedient servant. Yours obedient servant. Except that the point has been made.
We are at the stage of correction of votes and proceedings. And the votes and proceedings are to capture as much as possible a verbatim report of what transpired on that day. And that is exactly what has been done by the table office. This issue you are raising, this is not time for it, but it's because you were not present. If not, I gave a reason why the report could not have been presented earlier than the end of October. Well, these same committees have earlier on referred some matters to them to investigate concerning security of the country. So it's good to give them some time to report on both. And that is why I granted them that it should be done before the end of October. The other leg of your submission definitely is something you even made known to me yesterday. But I strongly disagree with your strategy, and I will continue to disagree with that strategy. And I will insist that the strategy I took was the best in the circumstances that we are in today as a country. The majority leader is whispering to me.
Mr. Speaker, I only said that you disagree with me. I take it in my stride. But I also disagree with you. That is it. Thank you very much.
That is the essence of democracy. We agree to disagree. And once I'm in charge, you are compelled to abide by my position. Until the day that if the Lord smiles on you and you also become in charge, the others will do the same to you. As of now, the directives have been given by the proper authority, legitimately so elected by you.
Mr. Speaker, may your will be done.
You are welcome. Honorable members, page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Page 15, item III. The amounts in words and figures do not tally. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you look at our order paper for yesterday, the same mistake has been repeated there. I'm sure it was picked from that place and transported here. So the amount in words and figures should be looked at so that we know exactly which one is right. Mr. Speaker, on the same page, if you look at IV, we have the same problem here. If you look at the amount in words, it says equivalent of 1,389,019 United States dollars. But the amount in figures is 1,389,018 cedis, $18.90. So there's also another problem here. And that same thing is seen in the other paper for yesterday, if they could look at that. Thank you.
Yes, table office kindly cross-check from the committee and do the right thing. Let's get the rendition correct. Once you are specifying the number, you don't need to round it up. You have to give the specific amount. Honorable members, with this we move to page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 26th sitting held on Tuesday, Sorry, honorable members, my attention has been drawn to the supplements. And so we'll take that too before I adopt the proceedings of the day. So we'll move on to page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Page 25(1) at the opening. There's the problem with the spelling here, regulatory authority, NPA, National Pensions Regulatory Authorities. There's a problem with the regulatory spelling. If they could look at it and correct it.
Regulatory office, please take note. The honourable member is right. Page 26. Honourable member, are you on your feet? Page 27. Page 28. Page 29. Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes on proceedings of the 26th sitting held on Tuesday, 12 July 2022 are adopted as a true record of proceedings. I have in my possession the official report of Thursday, 16 June 2022. I hope members have copies of that official report, and we will proceed to do the corrections. Any correction? Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, column 90. Column 90. If you column 90 reads that column 90 reads that, okay, it was further noted that only 5,220 Ghana cedis, representing 9% of the total loans granted, was recovered, leaving an outstanding amount of 51,995, into brackets 91%. Mr. Speaker, if you come down here, the breakdown is here. We rather have a total of 51,975 instead of 51,995. So there's a disparity between what has been reported up here and the breakdown given here. So if they could look at that. Mr. Speaker, on the same page, we have, at the tail end of it, the last 3 or 4 lines on column 90. At the same time of the committee sitting, an amount of 10,000 Ghana cedis had been recovered, leaving a balance of 123,404 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the amount outstanding, it was 124,404 Ghana cedis. So if 10,000 has been recovered, now the balance should be 114,404 Ghana cedis. There's a problem with the mathematics there. With your permission, if I can go to the next page and just finish up.
Yes, go on.
Okay. So column 91. The table immediately, there's a table there that talks about debt recovery, amount recovered, and outstanding balance. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the table, the total indebtedness is 124,404 Ghana cedis. Now, amount received total is 10,000. So if you do the mathematics, you are supposed to have a similar figure of 114,404 Ghana cedis. But they've written 123,000. So if we could look at that one as well and correct it. Thank you.
Honorable Member, we are grateful for the corrections. We will check from the committee's report and see whether that was what was captured in the committee's report, which maybe the House failed to correct. Whatever the situation, the right thing will be done and the correct figures will be captured. Any further corrections? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, if you look at the cover page, the overlay, under motions, item numbered III, report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, into bracket, ministries, department, and other agencies. The addition there, Mr. Speaker, of the central government doesn't exist in the report submitted by the Auditor General. So it's more like an addition by us. Since there's no such report that has an addition of the central government, it may be appropriate for us to take it off. If that is agreed, then we'll have to go to column 136 and 137 to amend same. 136, the motion that was moved. Mr. Speaker, you would observe also have that addition. And then you go to 137, you still have the same thing appearing. But in the introduction, the correct thing is captured. The correct caption is captured under the introduction in column 137. The report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, ministries, departments, and other agencies without the addition of the central government, which is what the Auditor General captures his report submitted to us. So the correct thing is done in the introduction, but pre that, there's an addition of central government. Thank you.
Yes, table office, take note of that. Yes, Honorable Member.
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, at column 195, the first paragraph, the acronym for the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General's Department should be corrected accordingly. Mr. Speaker, also the last paragraph at that column, the Narcotics Control Board. Narcotics has not been spelled accurately. So if that could be corrected. And it's also now a commission, Mr. Speaker, no longer a board. It's Narcotics Control Commission. So if it could be corrected accordingly, Mr. Speaker. Then at column 198, the first paragraph, ministries, departments, and other agencies, MDAs. The S after MDA should be a small s. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, take note and do the right thing. Yes, Honourable Member.
Honourable Speaker, on column 17, first paragraph, the ninth line, there's a word, it's supposed to be malfeasance, but it has been wrongly spelled. It's supposed to be MALFEASANCE. Malfeasance.
You said column 17.
Column 17, the first paragraph, line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The 10th line, doing of malfeasance.
Yes. Yes, you are right, yes.
And if you come to column 22, second paragraph, the 4th line, Honorable Minister, there's an omission of I in Minister. Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you.
Okay. Table office, please take note and correct those. The phrase there and the words are not properly spelled. So please do the writing. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, column 95, table 2. Column 95, table 2. We have the total debt, amount received, and outstanding amount. Now, if you look at the total of the debt, we have 134,475,502.15. Now, amount received is 9,996,052.2 Ghana cedis. If you subtract it from the total, you will get something more than the outstanding amount, 68,278, 704.36. But if you go backward to column 94, last paragraph, you realize that an amount was converted to equity. I'm sure it is the equity that accounts for this difference. So I'm of the view that the table should reflect what has been recorded. Otherwise, the mathematics is not working well here.
Yes. Table office, the honorable member is right. Please check from the report of the committee. If the report is wrong, do the writing in the Hansard. These official reports are very important for research. And so we should make sure that what we put there captures the right figures, the right words, the right statements as delivered on the floor of the House. Honorable members, with this, there be no further amendment to the report. There's one more. Yes?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, one small one at the last paragraph of column 206. Kroll and Associates Limited, and not Kroll and Associated Limited. Kroll and Associates Limited. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, Kroll and Associates, not Associated Limited. Table office captured it properly. With this, honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the official report of Thursday, 16th June 2022 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings of that day. May we now move on to, from the guidance I have from leaders, item 6, statements. We have 4 statements to take today. And we'll definitely be giving timelines, and I will jealously guide those timelines. The first statement stands in the name of the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Samuel Abu Jinapo. The statement definitely is in line with Order 70 of the Standing Orders of the House. It's going to give us some information on government policy. The timeline for him is 5 minutes. We will take 2 contributors from each side of the House, and then your leaders will then top it up, and we move on to the next statement. Contributors are limited to 2 minutes per contributor. Honorable Minister, you may do so now.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you sincerely for the opportunity to make this all-important policy statement on behalf of the government of President Nana Addo Dankwa on the development of our country's green metals for our nation's socio-economic development and as part of Ghana's contribution to the global fight against climate change. Mr. Speaker, the matter to do with green metals in our country is one that is of utmost importance to the government of President Achuliwor. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, as it may be noted, the government has been working feverishly to add value to our existing mineral resources, which is culminated in the establishment of a 400-kilogram capacity gold refinery through a public-private partnership which is ready to refine our gold here in Ghana. Already, Mr. Speaker, we have commenced the processes of securing a London Bullion Market Association LBMA certification to enable us easily export and trade our refined gold on the international market. Mr. Speaker, carbon emissions through the burning of hydrocarbon-based fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas continue to pose a great threat to global climate action. Notably, the burning of fossil fuels by the internal combustion engine of most of the vehicles we drive contributes significantly to carbon emissions and climate change. Achieving this target of reducing carbon emissions, Mr. Speaker, will require clean energy sources such as solar and wind power. Beyond these stationary storage energy resources is the need to develop alternative energy sources to those of traditional petrol and diesel engines. Mr. Speaker, hydrogen fuel cells, one of such alternatives, convert chemical energy into electrical energy by converting hydrogen gas and oxygen into water. Vehicles based on this technology not only emit just water and a little heat, but are also said to be refuel quickly and provide comparable driving distances for traditional vehicles. For ordinary vehicles, therefore, transition from fossil fuels to electric vehicles powered by batteries is the best alternative. As observed by a 2021 African Development Bank report, and I quote, "The world is about to witness a revolution in the transport system as countries and developmental organizations at global and regional levels ratify a raft of new laws and guidance on the adoption of electric vehicles, which are largely powered by energy stored in lithium-ion batteries, LIB," end quote. Mr. Speaker, green minerals referred to as minerals and metals along with their value chain needed to support the transition to clean energy technologies aimed at reducing, if not eliminating, carbon emissions to the net zero target. In other words, they are the minerals required to produce lithium-ion batteries to support the transition from fossil fuel-dependent vehicles to lithium-ion batteries electric vehicles. They include minerals such as lithium, cobalt, manganese, nickel, aluminium, graphite, rare earth elements, iron, copper, and phosphate. Mr. Speaker, the real value of these minerals, however, lie in value addition. The growing demand for electricity storage facilities is driving the demand for the processed product of these minerals to astronomical levels. The lithium industry, for instance, from mining to production and assembling of batteries, is estimated to grow to some 1.1 trillion United States dollars by 2035. This can be a game changer for countries endowed with some of these minerals, such as ours. Mr. Speaker, in addition to bauxite and manganese, we are blessed with significant deposits of lithium, one of the key minerals for the production of batteries for electric vehicles. From the south to the north, predominantly around Cape Coast, Kumasi, Sunyani, Bole, and Wa, there are also many prospects that are being explored in the southern granitic terrain, which stretches from Senyabreku through Winneba and from Sopon to Cape Coast. Global lithium demand is expected to rise by over 300%, from 500,000 tons in 2021 to between 3 million and 4 million tons by 2030. This increasing demand is expected to continue to inch prices upwards. Indeed, between 2020 and 2022 alone, lithium prices rose by some 1,300%, from $6,000 per ton to $78,032 per ton as of June 2022. Intensive exploration for lithium in our country is being undertaken at the Achuliwor project in the central region. This effort covers a total area of some 684 kilometers square. Drilling at Achuliwor began in 2017, Mr. Speaker, and as of March 2022, there was an inferred and indicated total mineral resource estimate of 30.1 million tons at a grade of 1.26% lithium oxide, containing approximately 379,000 tons of lithium. There is also potential interest at the nearby Ejasimanku Hill, whose investigations has identified a lithium deposit of approximately 1.48 million tons. In addition to lithium, there are also occurrences of cobalt, nickel, copper, lead, zinc, and chromium in the Buim Formation in the Oti region, and graphite in Kambala in the Upper West region, as well as the Pristia Konongo Obuasi belt. As I say, Mr. Speaker, ultimately, our non-negotiable policy is to retain the full value chain of the minerals of the future in our country. Mr. Speaker, let me seize this auspicious platform to invite investors, both domestic and international, to partner us by investing in this industry on the basis of our policy. Mr. Speaker, finally, the matter to do with the legislative and regulatory framework for the exploitation of our green minerals is imperative and is most important. And Mr. Speaker, the importance of these green minerals to our socio-economic development requires that we adopt a governance, legislative, and regulatory framework that will position our country as a key player in the green transition. Already, pursuant to Article 2691 of our National Constitution, a Minerals Commission has been established for the regulation, management, and utilization of our mineral resources and the coordination of policies in relation to them. Discussions are, however, still ongoing at the ministerial level to determine the best governance and legislative framework that will ensure that we derive optimal benefit from these green minerals. For example, Mr. Speaker, should we continue to keep these minerals under the Minerals Commission? Should we have a dedicated department at the Minerals Commission to oversee the development of these minerals? Should we, Mr. Speaker, set up, for instance, a Green Mineral Development Corporation along the lines of GIADEC or GISDEC, which can hold equity in any future operations? These are weighty decisions, and Mr. Speaker, I will in the coming weeks seek direction from the Cabinet, and I'll be back in this August House in due course to update honorable members. Where necessary, we will also come to the House for necessary legislation to be passed to support this emerging and all-important industry. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the development of our green minerals is part of the vision of President Achuliwor to make Ghana the mining hub of Africa, where all mining and mining-related activities, from exploration to downstream production and from research to innovation, will be centered. We must, therefore, come together and support this initiative, not only for its contribution to global climate action, but also as a major catalyst for our much-needed economic growth and development. Mr. Speaker, let the House be rest assured that we shall do right by the Ghanaian people in the exploitation of these newly established and consequential minerals of the future, the green minerals, for eventual benefit of the Ghanaian people, the owners of these resources. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, thanks for the summary of the statement. It's now for the House. Members are entitled to make comments, and the comments by our rules are as guided as the statement itself was made, to only a submission of facts that are needed, necessary to be given to members. So I recognize Honorable Mama Yalga.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to briefly comment on the statement made by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. So, Speaker, I think that the statement seeks to bring to the fore the potentials that the country has in respect of other mineral resources beyond the traditional gold and diamond that we know of. And definitely the new developments in the scientific community has pushed up the demand for other rare minerals. And not just Ghana, but many other countries are beginning to invest in exploration to see the extent to which those rare, earth minerals are available in their jurisdictions. And it is commendable that Ghana has not been left behind in the effort to invest in exploration to make these discoveries. I also want to indicate that the Minister has given an outline of work that he has done and what discoveries we have made. I hope that we will be able to find the necessary investments to do more exploration across the country, beyond the areas that you have explored. But then also you indicate that you want to urge investors to come in, but you'll be going to Cabinet for some further indications. I would have thought that we will engage in some more debate in this House to provide additional guide that will inform the various Cabinet memoranda that you will be submitting in order to get the directions from Cabinet. But one point that the Minister must be mindful of is that as much as it is economically necessary for us to exploit our mineral reserves, we must be mindful of the environmental implications when we overdepend on mineral exploration and exploitation for our economic development. We must work to achieve the necessary balance. As you know, Ghana has commitments in terms of the climate change agreement that we signed in Paris and our commitment in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, for which reason we must, in our efforts to invest and promote natural resource exploitation, we must achieve a balance with also maintaining a balance in terms of the climate. So on that note, let me commend the Minister for the statement that he has made, and to assure him that this House will be fully supportive of every effort to invest in exploration so that there can be certainty as to where the resources are, so that we don't have people digging everywhere in the country looking for non-existent minerals, by which time they would have destroyed the environment. And also that you must strengthen Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to stick to the time.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to give me to contribute to the statement ably made by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Yape Gusego and Damango, and also a Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of mineral exploitation and its ramification is so critical to the development of our national resources and then development of our own national agenda. And I am happy that the Honourable Minister has come out with a roadmap trying to portray how government is trying to manage our state resources, particularly in relation to the exploitation of the mineral resources. Mr. Speaker, one of the critical challenges confronting us and indeed the world has to do with how we manage the effect of the climate change. And mostly when we talk about the climate change and its ramifications, issues of mineral exploitation is so critical, and how we resort to modern ethics of exploiting our resources is so germane. We have situations whereby Ghana's are endowed with a lot of resources, minerals, golds, diamonds, and all of that. These are supposed to entrust wealthiness and then also enhance our state of development. But because of the way we have tended to exploit it, it's rather becoming a curse. And for that matter, there's a concerted effort to come up with the policies and programs to be able to guide us in the way we exploit the resources. Mr. Speaker, the way we go about urbanization and its consequences, ecological consequences of urbanization is so critical. And I think that in looking at how we exploit the minerals and all that, it's also very important that the Honourable Minister, you also avert your minds, working in collaboration with other state and non-state actors to be able to come out policies that address that. And again, issues of forest and how it's being exploited is also critical, because it's also creating a lot of challenges for us and many of our cities and then the villages and all that. So therefore, I thank you, Honourable Minister, Honourable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak to the issues. Thank you.
We still have. Yes, I'll give you the opportunity. I heard you today, so I want a different voice. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this discussion on our natural resource and its potential to develop our country, and by extension, to develop the whole continent. Mr. Speaker, we have been given these resources by the Almighty, except that we have not appreciated the import of this grant because it has been given to us for free. Mr. Speaker, what we have ended up doing has been to give what God gave us back to people who God didn't give, without properly engaging them in contract that will protect our countries. Mr. Speaker, most of the contracts in natural resource have been done without recourse to the future of this country and countries within Africa. Mr. Speaker, I say this because most of these contracts, if you look at them, they are very unconscionable, either out of negligence or out of with this opportunity, I pray that you focus on renegotiating most of these contracts so that the royal dividend threshold will be increased and benefit properly from our engagement with these investors. Mr. Speaker, when they come in as investors, end up exploiting our minerals almost for free. Mr. Speaker, if you direct yourself to some of these contracts that give us 3% of returns on such investment as a country, we almost certainly cede our natural gift of God to these investors without recourse to the import or the effect of these investments. Mr. Speaker, with these short words, I thank you very much and pray that Mr. Speaker directs us to look back at our minerals agreements properly and see where we can renegotiate for additional threshold. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Honourable members, we now listen to leaders if they so wish. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me commend the Honourable Minister for Lands and Forestry for his quest to reposition and ask for reforms in the management of Ghana's mineral resources. Mr. Speaker, we will still ask for further clarity from him. I hear a Ghana Mineral Development Corporation, GMCD, as he called it, as his policy contemplation. But Mr. Speaker, to remind him that any such reforms will fly against the face of Article 269 of the 1992 Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I quote, subject to the provisions of this Constitution, Parliament shall, by or under an Act of Parliament, provide for the establishment within 6 months after Parliament first meet, after the coming into force of this Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the emphasis is mine, of a Minerals Commission. So the Minerals Commission of Ghana is a creature of the 1992 Constitution. And therefore, any such reform will fly against the face of the provision of the Constitution. You cannot use an Act of Parliament to amend the Constitution. This is one of the early commissions, Mr. Speaker. I could go further to mention Forestry Commission, Fishery Commission, and other commissions as Parliament may otherwise provide under this article. That's my first observation. Then, Mr. Speaker, I agree that this contributes about 37% of our total exports, with gold accounting for 90% of that, with mineral resources contributing 35% to our total government revenue and about 5% to our gross domestic product. But, Mr. Speaker, any reforms the minister intends to undertake, I will encourage him, go to Obuasi, spend a night there, go to Bibiani, spend a night there, and Mr. Speaker, you will appreciate the extent to which the exploitation of our mineral resources have not itself even helped those communities, because Obuasi and Bibiani are a sorry state of themselves, notwithstanding the huge quantum of resources that have been so exploited. Then, Mr. Speaker, this parliament must demand value for money in the mineral contracts that we approve. And then when I heard the minister, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, I'm not supposed to provoke debate. When you want to mortgage, when the same government policy is to mortgage revenues from mineral resources against a Japan, how then would you be able to achieve meaningful development? With this comment, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend him for his brilliance. But any reforms he wants to undertake, he must show respect to the provisions of the 1992 Constitution and ensure that communities affected by mining benefit from those mineral resources, especially Obuasi and Bibiani. But I couldn't appreciate him better in letting us understand that we can do better. Mr. Speaker, in fact, there is a study from the European Union Parliament that Europe benefits more from our gold resources than we benefit from, even though we are supposed to be the first or the second largest producer of gold in the world. We need to study and understand how we can get better. Challenge it. Which one?
Majority Chief.
Speaker, I write to speak in support of the statement made by the minister. First of all, I think he needs to be commended. And Speaker, as ever since the last COP was held, the awareness on the need to work on temperature rise on the globe has taken another dimension, in fact, a dramatic dimension. And all countries in the world, particularly Africa, is beginning to blaze a certain trail, a certain positive trail that we all need to be proud of. However, fact be told, there's still more to be done. And I'm happy the Minister is taking the bold step to more or less domesticate the high-profile discussions that have been held at the international level, domesticating it largely to ensure that we rake in the necessary benefit. First on my mind is the need for us to build on capacity. So that the discussion on carbon trade has often been said in passing. Giving a true meaning to carbon trade and for a developing country just as ours to be able to rake in the necessary benefits means that we have to go beyond the narrative and the speeches. I'm aware the University of Ghana has set up a climate study center. We still have to do more, especially at the district level, where all these policies will be really domesticated. A country like Indonesia, Speaker, have come to show a very good example when it comes to the usage of local materials and resources. Indonesia is one of the leading countries in the building of solar panels, for instance. They use their own local resources to build solar panels because the cost component of renewable energy, particularly solar, is the aspect of panels which have to be built and imported from other jurisdictions. So that is an aspect that we need to take a very good look at. We have done well. There are some good things we need to celebrate. For instance, the passage of the Renewable Energy Act, we have passed it. We've also ensured that we have the master plan, which is good enough. However, the last time we had to amend the We Power Authority Act to bring in a component of renewable energy, to give a meaningful direction towards the support on renewable energy. I couldn't have agreed more with the minority leader when he speaks to the irony of the situation where mining towns, you go there and you can practically feel poverty on your skin. That should be a challenge, and we may have to narrow our efforts on ensuring that such places becomes an example. And we cannot do it better than showing true examples at the right point of action where minerals are mined. I think these are the things we need to look at. I am looking at or envisaging the future where we'll be able to take off our tertiary institution off the national grid. And for us as a country to leverage on it and build on our industries so that our industrial needs. Speaker, I thank you for the space granted.
Honorable Minister, do you have any comment to make? Yes, please. I'll give you 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be brief. Speaker, first of all, I will crave the indulgence of table office to capture the entire statement in the Hansard as read. So, Speaker, I just want to make one point that I appreciate the inputs made by members, and also to assure the honourable minority leader that if you have regard to Article 2692 of the Constitution, which, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will read. Having been referred to Article 261 of the Constitution, Article 262, Clause 2 of the Constitution, notwithstanding Article 268 of this Constitution, Parliament may, upon the recommendation of any of the commissions established by virtue of Clause 1 of this article, and upon such conditions as Parliament may prescribe, authorize any other agency of government to approve the grant of rights, concessions, or contracts in respect of the exploitation of any mineral, water, or other natural resources of Ghana. So, Mr. Speaker, the establishment of the Green Metal Development Corporation is very much within the bosom of this House. And it is in that spirit, Mr. Speaker, that this House passed the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation and passed the Ghana Integrated Iron and Steel Development Corporation. So, Mr. Speaker, it will totally not fly, it will never fly in the face of the Constitution for us to establish a Green Metals Development Corporation. The Constitution, pursuant to Article 269, Clause 2, gives Parliament the mandate to do so. And it's on that basis that I made that proposal for the establishment of that corporation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, this is a statement you made. It's actually not meant to generate debate. But what we refer to is 268. And what he spoke about is 269. The two are different. The two are different. 268 deals with transaction, contract, and granting of rights or concessions. But the 269 deals with the regulation, the management of the utilization of the natural resources. Now, yes. So the 2692, what is referring to is 268. It's referring to 268. Now, the 269 talks about commission. By your proposal, we're talking about cooperation. You know, so in trying to do the two, you have to be careful as to how to craft it. That's just what he was drawing your attention to. He was drawing your attention to 269. 269. So in trying to get the law for the consideration of the House, be guided by 269. He was just saying you should be guided by 269. And so please take it on board. Honorable members, my master says yes. I cannot say no. And so I will suspend sittings for 5 minutes. We have important visitors here in the distinguished visitors gallery. Just 5 minutes, I'll be back, and they will take the other statements.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, as I stated earlier on before the suspension, I recognize at the distinguished visitors gallery an important distinguished personality who decided to be part of this session because he is interested in the statement that is to be made on the floor today. I'm referring to no less a person than His Excellency Mr. Hisanobu Mochizuki, the Ambassador of Japan to Ghana. Your Excellency, you are most welcome. On behalf of the 275 members of Parliament, you are welcome to the session. He is being accompanied by the Deputy Head of Mission, in the person of Mr. Noki Mitovi. You are also warmly welcome, and they are ably supported in this venture by Ms. Saya Amano, that is the Secretary to the Embassy of Japan. Madam, you are most welcome. We will now move on to the statement which has actually brought them here, and we want to listen to what will be said by members, and I'm sure you will not disappoint us in this direction. The statement stands in the name of Honorable Samuel Okujetu Ablakwa, the Honorable Member for North Tongue and the ranking member on the Committee of Foreign Affairs. And this statement is in honor of the memory of His Excellency Shinzo Abe, former Prime Minister of Japan, who, as you all know, was crudely assassinated during a campaign speech in Nara, Japan on July 8, 2022. It's meant to create an opportunity for members to eulogize this shining leader of Japan. And so I'll give the honorable member the usual 5 minutes, and those who make comments 2 minutes each. So, honorable member, you may make the statement now.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I'm thankful to you for this opportunity to render a befitting tribute and pay well-deserved respect in honor of the memory of one of the most influential world leaders of his generation. I speak of that outstanding, longest-serving Japanese Prime Minister, His Excellency Shinzo Abe, who was assassinated in Nara, east of Osaka, at the age of 67 during an election campaign speech. Shinzo Abe was shot by a 41-year-old suspect by name Tetsuya Yamagami, who used a homemade gun. Doctors at the Nara Medical University pronounced Prime Minister Abe dead at 3 minutes past 5 p.m. Mr. Speaker, this tragedy of monumental proportions has reverberated across the entire international community. Indeed, it is not only a Japanese loss, but a great loss to the world, our common humanity, and particularly to Ghana, which has shared very deep and broad ancestral ties with friendly nation Japan. Mr. Speaker, former Prime Minister Abe was a member of a prominent political family. His grandfather, Kishi Nobusuke, served minister from 1957 to 1960. His great-uncle, Sato Isiaku, held the same post from 1964 to 1972. He graduated from Seikei University in Tokyo in 1977 and proceeded to the United States, where he studied political science at the University of Southern California, Los Angeles. In 1979, he returned to Japan and worked for Kobe Steel Limited. He launched his political career as an active member of the Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, and in 1982, he began working as secretary to his father, Abe Shintaro, who was Japan's foreign minister at the time. Mr. Speaker, in 1993, Abe won a seat in the lower house of the Diet, the Parliament of Japan, and later held a series of government positions. He garnered much support for his tough stance toward North Korea, following the 2002 kidnap of 13 Japanese citizens in the 1970s and 80s. Abe was then Deputy Chief Cabinet Secretary. He oversaw the subsequent negotiations. In 2003, he was named Secretary General of the LDP. Mr. Abe succeeded Prime Minister and LDP leader Koizumi Jonichiro, who left both offices in 2006. Right Honourable Speaker, at age 52, Shinzo Abe became the youngest person to hold the office of Prime Minister since World War II. He is credited with reviving the LDP after an electoral defeat in 2009, rebranding and revitalizing the LDP with its unique brand of conservatism. Prime Minister Abe pursued a more visible, charming and assertive foreign policy. He championed positive multilateralism and supported United Nations sanctions against North Korea after that country's nuclear test. He subsequently imposed a set of unilateral sanctions on North Korea that included a ban on all visits to Japanese ports by North Korean vessels. He also pledged to revise the country's post-war constitution, which placed severe restrictions on its military. Domestically, Abe shored up the country's pension and health insurance systems and is credited for leading an economic transformation of Japan. However, his government went through a rough patch. In July 2007, the LDP lost its majority in the upper house to a coalition led by the Democratic Party of Japan. And in September, Abe announced that he was resigning by Prime Minister Fukuda Yasuo. Mr. Speaker, Abe retained his seat in the lower house of the Diet, but for several years kept a low profile politically, especially after the DPG-headed coalition took control of the government in 2009. That changed, however, when he was again elected by the LDP in September 2012. One of his first acts was to pay a visit to the Yasukuni Shrine in Tokyo, a memorial to Japan's military dead that includes individuals convicted of war crimes during World War II. That action precipitated loud protests from other countries in the Asia-Pacific region, and he provoked further controversy over his views on the sovereignty of islands in the Pacific that were disputed between China and Japan, as well as for his stance favoring revision of the pacifism clause in the Japanese constitution. Nonetheless, the LDP won a landslide victory in the lower house elections on December 16, 2012. On December 26, the new LDP majority in the chamber, boasted by the members of the party's coalition partner, New Komaito, overwhelmingly approved Abe as Prime Minister. He replaced the DPG's Noda Yoshihiko, who resigned from office that day. Abe fought to revive Japan, which had suffered stagnation since the crash of 1991. His time at the helm of the world's third largest economy was characterized by his Abenomics, a cocktail of fiscal stimulus, monetary easing, and structural reforms. This was an ambitious economic program intended to stimulate the long moribund Japanese economy and help speed the recovery of the northeastern Honshu, the Tohoku region, devastated by the 2011 earthquake and tsunami. Abenomics included measures such as raising the inflation rate, allowing the value of the yen to fall against the US dollar and other foreign currencies, and increasing the money supply and government spending on major public works projects. The Abe government received a big political boost in the July 2013 elections to the upper house of the Diet, when candidates from the LDP and its new Komeito allies won enough seats to guarantee them a majority in that chamber. Mr. Speaker, he led a successful bid for the Tokyo Olympics, even though COVID-19 put a dampener on original projections and forced the country into economic recession. Mr. Speaker, in August 2020, Prime Minister Abe announced that he will resign as Health Minister on health grounds, although he remained in office in a caretaker capacity, pending the selection of a successor. On September 14, 2020, Yoshihide, Abe's Chief Cabinet Secretary, was chosen as the new leader of the LDP, and he became Prime Minister 2 days later, after Abe broke the record of Prime Minister Koshaku Kachura Taro, who had served 3 non-consecutive terms in the early 20th century. Right Honourable Speaker, Prime Minister Shinzo Abe was a great friend of Africa. At the 5th Tokyo International Conference on African Development, TICAD 5, held in Yokohama in 2013, the Japanese government outlined its policy of strengthening support for the ongoing dynamic growth of Africa with stronger public-private partnerships. Prime Minister Abe also announced the Business Education Initiative for the African youth, a strategic 5-year plan providing 1,000 young Africans with opportunities to study at Japanese universities, as well as carry out internships at Japanese enterprises to foster sustainable and sound industrial development. Under Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, the African Development Bank was given prominence in the foreign policy of Japan. Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, and the African Development Bank signed a $3 billion in Enhanced Private Sector Assistance for Africa, EPSA-3, and $3.5 billion EPSA-4 agreements for co-financing in Africa, further boosting investments in Africa's infrastructure and private sector. It is to Shinzo Abe's credit that the term quality infrastructure was coined and mainstreamed into global financing of infrastructure by the G20. Under Shinzo Abe's exemplary leadership, ties between Africa and Japan became stronger than ever. Right Honourable Speaker, under Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, bilateral relations between our two countries grew in leaps and bounds. He deepened our cherished historical relations since the 1920s, when Dr. Hidayo Noguchi visited Ghana to conduct research into yellow fever. As a testimony of our profound solidarity, Ghana has also on a good number of occasions sent in support. Well, Mr. Speaker, I will ask Hansa to capture the rest. And just to conclude, Mr. Speaker, that you kindly permit me to extend our deepest commiserations and heartfelt sympathies of this august House to the government and the good people of Japan, Prime Minister Abe's immediate family, especially his widow Aki Abe, and our great friend, the dynamic Japanese ambassador to Ghana, His Excellency Mochizuko Hizunobu, who is here today. May the callous perpetrator be brought to justice, and may the catastrophe that befell Japan never befall the two nations of Ghana and Japan. Right Honourable Speaker, the iconic impact and enduring global legacy of Prime Minister Shinzo Abe cannot be assassinated. I'm eternally grateful to you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable members, I am guided, and I think that's the right thing to do, to only allow leaders to comment on this, and let us move on to the other statements. So I'll allow the minority leader, then after that the majority leader. Yes, please, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity and thank the Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa, ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, for the tribute to Africa's great friend, Shinzo Abe, and Asia's great friend to Ghana, the people of Japan witnessed an extraordinary outpouring of grief and sadness for former President Abe's assassination. Lesson to learn, Mr. Speaker, is this how we end as political office holders in our desire to serve our people? A very regrettable and tragic death. Mr. Speaker, I say he was a friend of Africa because I had a rare privilege at the time in 2013 to accompany President John Dramani Mahama to Yokohama for the 5th Tokyo International Conference on African Development, TICAD-V, or 5 as is referred to, and was in his company when he met Mr. Salva Kiir, President of the Republic of South Sudan, John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, and Mr. Armando Emilio Guebuza, President of the Republic of Mozambique. And Mr. Speaker, far-reaching Japanese support to Africa was announced at this particular forum, over 3 billion dedicated to Africa's development. Mr. Speaker, the contribution of Japan to Ghana's development, particularly as we just traveled beyond COVID, we owe exceptional gratitude to the government and people of Japan for their continuous support to the Noguchi Memorial Institute. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that President Nana Addo Dankwa was in Japan in 2018 for the Ghana-Japan Forum, where joint statements were made. Mr. Speaker, I'm also aware that the Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways only returned from Japan few days ago, having gone to commit to some bilaterals. Mr. Speaker, may the soul of the departed Prime Minister rest in perfect peace. He was not only a calm personality, but a global peacemaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure, but for want of time, the Honorable Ablakwa would have referred to the Abenomics. Abe swept back into office with real sense of energy and, most importantly, an economic plan that was dubbed the Abenomics. When he said with a big bazooka, he declared that Japan is back. Even with his sudden departure, Japan will be back. May his soul rest in perfect peace. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this treasure space granted me to express my own views on the matter on the floor. Mr. Speaker, our country, Ghana, has benefited so much in terms of development, infrastructure, through our relationship with Japan. I can immediately mention the Bekwai-Yamransa Road and the Winneba-Mankesim Road. Until the Japanese intervention, going to Winneba was a real hell. And Mr. Speaker, we know that the Prime Minister who lost his life was the longest serving Japanese Prime Minister who did so much for his country. And Mr. Speaker, undoubtedly a friend of Africa, because many African countries can point to his intervention as a leader of that country. Mr. Speaker, the Tema motorway, the interchange, which we benefit from as a country, which has eased the traffic, also was part of the intervention we received from his leadership. Mr. Speaker, having said this, it is indeed regrettable that in our desire to serve our nation in political public office, decisions we take in public interest become a subject of extremist decisions such as what befell this great and patriotic citizen of Japan. an international statesman who was the first among his equals, who was well respected across the globe, had to lose his life in such a manner. But Mr. Speaker, in the 80s and the early 90s, when many nations abandoned Ghana because perhaps we are not a democracy, Japan stood for Ghana, and he played a role. Mr. Speaker, it is time for us as a country and for us as political office holders to take our security much more serious than we think. Mr. Speaker, if you watch the video, they had perhaps taken things for granted, thought that everybody would act as reasonable as they expect in their society. Japan never expected this to come their way, and it's very sad. So, Mr. Speaker, I call on Parliament to invest in the security of members of Parliament. I call on the Executive to invest in the security of the Executive. I call on all arms of government to take interest in the security of public office holders. And Mr. Speaker, the time has also come for us to go the extra mile to communicate with our constituents. Because, Mr. Speaker, the situations that people find themselves lead them into behaving in a certain manner. It is important that even in our discourse as politicians, we don't encourage hard-line views and extremist views to take precedence over a very liberal and moderate approach to our public discourse. Sometimes we may get people to misconstrue how we think of each other. And when they take themselves as messiahs, we would be at the receiving end. These are matters we would have to consider. Mr. Speaker, having said this, on behalf of the majority caucus, on behalf of the majority leader, and on behalf of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, it is our position that, Mr. Speaker, Japan should never wake up to such a sad story ever again in its history. We express our condolences. We paid due attention to the funeral where the man, per his wish, had to be cremated. We believe that his soul is with those ascended masters who travailed and walked the path of righteousness and are now enjoying pleasure and comfort with the Lord above, who created the universe and is the master overseer of same. Mr. Speaker, having said this, I thank you for the opportunity, and once again, may his soul rest in perfect peace. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, before I call on you for us to observe a minute silence, it's important I endorse the eulogies that have been paid in the tribute and the comments that have been made by leaders. And to, on your behalf, members of Parliament, staff of the Parliamentary Service, and the ancillary services that support the arm of government called Parliament, I want to convey to the government and people of Japan, particularly the current Prime Minister and President of the Liberal Democratic Party, Fumio Kishida, and the family of the late Prime Minister Abe, especially his widow, Abe, and more importantly, the ambassador, the dynamic Japanese ambassador in Ghana, His Excellency Mochizuki Isanobu, and to thank him for taking all the trouble to be present here while these eulogies are paid. We are extremely grateful to you, and we share in the grief of the people of Japan. We are not just friendly nations, but brothers and sisters. And I'm sure Ghana will play its part in the funeral arrangement of our late brother and illustrious leader. With this, I want to call on members for us to observe a minute silence in memory of the soul of our departed colleague. 1 minute silence, please. May the soul of the former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe rest in perfect peace. Amen. Honorable members, now with your kind permission, I grant the distinguished visitor the leave to depart from us if he so wishes. We will move on to another very important statement. Since we just paid eulogies to a former Prime Minister, we have an opportunity to do so to a former colleague, and that is a tribute we pay to the late Honorable John Achuliwor in the Bugri, and this is to be done by one of our senior members, the Honorable Cletus Apul Abuka, who was sworn as a member of Parliament together with me on the 7th of January 1993. So, Honorable senior colleague, it's your time to pay tribute to our former member, Honorable John Achuliwor in the Bugri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to make this short tribute in honor of our late brother, Honorable John Achuliwor in the Bugri, of blessed memory. Mr. Speaker, we were so close that we didn't call each other by our names, but we call each other brother. So, with your kind permission, I wish to start this statement by referring to a short quotation from Macbeth on an occasion of this nature. Brother, when shall we two, quote, meet again, in thunder, lightning, or in rain? When the hallebelly is done, when the battle is lost and won, that will be the set of sun, unquote. Mr. Speaker, the above quote from Macbeth followed the death of his wife, Lady Macbeth, which connotes confusion and bewilderment, is an apt description of the untimely and sudden death of Honorable John Achuliwor in the Bugri.
Honorable member, just a minute. Please, this is a tribute let's have some silence in the House. Particularly those of you who haven't studied English literature now call literature in English. What he read, you will not understand. So listen and then go and learn. Please, repeat that quotation for members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we those who read Macbeth, when his wife died, they called her Lady Macbeth. He had occasion to say this. Before even his wife's death, when he came back from the battlefield, this is the introduction to Macbeth. He said, when shall we, in that play would have been three, there were three weird sisters, but for this purpose, I'm referring myself with Ndebori. When shall we two meet again? In thunder, lightning, or in rain? When the hurly-burly is done, when the battle is lost and won, that will be ere the set of sun. Mr. Speaker will appreciate that you cannot lose and win the battle at the same time, etc. So that signified confusion, that signified bewilderment, and that is an apt description of the untimely death of Honorable John Akparabo Ndebogri. That is why I'm making this quotation as the prelude to my statement. Mr. Speaker, Nde met his untimely death on 6th May 2022 at Zebula in his house. Nde was a peace setter, a record setter, and an achiever. Nde was intelligent, forthright, honest, charismatic, and affable. Nde was combative, proactive, and resilient. He was a peacemaker and a nationalist who fought against indiscipline, corruption, cheating of all forms of abuses, sometimes to a fault. Mr. Speaker, Nde joined me at Zebula Middle Boarding School in 1964. I was then in Form 2 and he was in Form 1. The school policy at the time was against Form 1 pupils taking part in the common entrance exam as a result of their immaturity and inadequate knowledge. Nde exhibited self-intelligence and brilliance that the policy was waived, and he wrote and passed the common entrance exams 130 in 1965 when he was in Form 1. He had set a record and opened the space for Form 1 students to write the common entrance examination. I became very close to Nde when we both passed the common entrance exams and were admitted to Navrongo Secondary School, Navasco in 1965. We did almost everything in common. Navasco used to record marginal results at the GCO levels until 1970, when they set another record by clocking 5 ones in the exams. That was a brilliant performance, and they made Navasco popular, attractive, and everybody associated with the school was proud. Nde, a science student, had a very strong command of the English language, and consequently, he was appointed editor-in-chief of the school magazine called Searchlight. I was a sub-editor. Mr. Speaker, while in lower sixth, Nde was highly tipped to become the senior prophet, as the SP of the school. But as providence or fate would have it, this eluded him due to a strike action in the school in 1971, where he was wrongly accused of being the ringleader. To instill discipline, Nde was dismissed from the school, but as a result of his excellent performance at the GCO level, he quickly enrolled at the University of Cape Coast to do the prelims course to prepare him for the university in 1 year. Whilst in the UCC, Nde wrote the A-level privately, passed, and was admitted to the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology to read chemical technology, now called civil engineering. Mr. Speaker, during his days at NUSC, Nde distinguished himself as an orator, a patriot, and deservingly, he was elected NUSC secretary, secretary of the Ghana National Union of Ghana Students in 1975-76. Mr. Speaker, Nde, like many young Ghanaian graduates at the time, sojourned in Nigeria in the early 80s for greener pastures. However, following the establishment of the PMDC in 1931, in 31st December 1981, Nde was identified by Rollers through Chris Atim and brought back to Ghana to join the revolutionary government. He was posted to the then northern region and stationed at Tamale as PMDC regional secretary. In Tamale, because of his revolutionary zeal and exploits, he earned the nickname Ndebugum, in Dagbani meaning Nde fire, Nde the firebrand. In 1983, Nde was reported to the Upper East region as PND secretary in Bolgatanga. On arrival in Bolga, Nde prevailed upon me to accept to be appointed as tribunal chairman for the then three northern regions because no lawyer wanted to be part of the revolutionary process, which I obliged. In July 1984, when the Boko conflict between the Kusasi and the Mampus degenerated into an open clash, Nde demonstrated his courage and bravery by pursuing the combatants to their hideouts in the bush to appeal to them to lay down their arms for peace. This was Nde as a peacemaker. But unfortunately, Nde was shot at. The bullet missed him narrowly and rather pierced the ear of his bodyguard, Corporal Abu. Nde worked so hard for the PNDC, but for his fallout with then Chairman Rawlings, he could have been the beneficiary of the Swedru Declaration that subsequently led to the election of late Professor John Atta Mills as J.J. Rawlings' successor in 2000. Mr. Speaker, out of humility, Nde left politics and then became a law student and was called to the bar in 1988. Following the lifting of ban on political activity in 1992, Nde joined the late President Dr. Hillel Liman in the People's National Convention in 1992. He rose to become the first national vice chairman of the party. Later in 2004, Nde won the Zebulon parliamentary seat on the ticket of the PSC and came to Parliament in January 2005 and left in January 2009. It will, however, Mr. Speaker, be hypocritical on my part to extol the virtues of my brother Nde without mentioning the challenges between us that were mainly political. In 1992, we parted ways as I opted to join the NDC and he remained with the PNC, and we contested all the elections thereof. Despite these challenges, Nde and I resolved later that there is more to achieve when we are together and united than when we allow politics to divide us. So we came together again in 2012. We visited each other often and we bonded. Mr. Speaker, not surprisingly, Nde's last public appearance before he met his untimely death on 6th of May 2020 was at my function in Zebula on Monday, 2nd May 2022. I invited Nde to a public meeting to assist me to address the menace of persistent armed robbery in the Boku West district. He attended and addressed the gathering, and with his usual humor and charismatic insightfulness. At the same meeting, he publicly talked about his death, laughed over it, and advised everybody to be his neighbor's keeper. Mr. Nde, Mr. Speaker, was a Kusasi hero, a legal luminary, a political pragmatist and a statesman, and a national asset. He was frank, bold, honest, original, and passionate in his views. No wonder. Whilst 1,000 may hate Nde, 10,000 people would love to have him around. Mr. Speaker, in this world, it is not how one's life began that matters, but how one's life ends. That is more important. Nde's legacy lives on. Mr. Speaker, I convey my sincere condolences, especially to his wife, Madam Sophia, who took care of us when we were students and dependent. In the same vein, I convey my condolences to the children and the family and the entire Kusau, Upper East Region and Mother Ghana. Nde Palm, so may his soul rest in perfect peace. I have finished. So I don't need to pause. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable leaders, is it still two from each side of the House? Yes. I'll recognize Honorable Mama Yarga, coming from the same region.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. So, Speaker, the first time really I had the opportunity to meet the late Honorable John Ndebugri was in the 80s in Boku at the community center when His Excellency Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings had attended an annual, I think, Farmers' Day or Cultural Festival, Saman Pit Festival in 1991. and it got to singing the national anthem or something of that sort. We were children, so I quite don't remember the details, but it was a national anthem. And everybody stood up, but John Ndebugri, in protest against something that he had with Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings, refused to stand up and remained seated. And at the end of the anthem, Rawlings signaled his security, and there and then we saw them go and then, lift John Ndebugri from his seat and dragged him to the nearest police station and unlocked him. And that was the first time I was seeing him from a distance. Even though as a child I had heard his name and about how controversial he was as a person and how radical he was as a leader and all the things that Kusasis had to say about him because of his role in the chieftaincy issue in Boku. And the other time was when I was a law student. I had the opportunity to meet him. And then when I finished law school and then later on in politics, I got closer to him only to find out that he's such a fine, excellent, very accommodating gentleman. So I was beginning to wonder whether it was the same John Ndebugri that as children were hearing of. He had radically transformed into quite a moderate a peacemaker, as Honorable Cletus Avoka has indicated. And I recall one day he called me aside and said, I worry about you every day. I wouldn't have recommended that you should be MP for Boku Central, because this Boku problem, it would really create a problem for you. And indeed, what he said has come to pass. And when he became a lawyer, and I recall as recently as when I had my problem with the Office of the Special Prosecutor, he was one of the very many people who called and asked me if I could come to his office, and he was willing to be one of my legal counsel in the matter. And he has continued to be a fatherly figure until ahead of his unfortunate demise. We from Kosa, we from the Boku area will deeply miss the guidance, the support, and the inspiration. He inspired many of us as young people. I can assure you that he's an icon, and our people will miss him, and his commitment to the country also should not be forgotten. He wasn't just a local leader, but this was a patriot. This was somebody who believed in Ghana and the Ghana project and came and contributed his bit. And even at the time of his demise, you could see that he was looking at how do we groom the next generation of leaders who will offer the kind of leadership that he envisions is necessary to be able to lead our country to greater glory. We express our condolences to his family, and we know that the people of Zebila have lost a great leader, and we believe that God will receive him in his bosom, and he is a man of integrity, a very honest man, and we know that people like that, we want them with us on earth, but we want many more such people closer to him. And his death itself, Mr. Speaker, if you hear about the circumstances surrounding his death, that itself is a mystery and speaks volumes about the personality of John Ndebugri. He predicted when he would die, how he would die, and everybody around him kept, laughing about it. But he kept insisting that I will die, and this is when I will die, and this is how I will die. And to the surprise of everybody, he actually died when he said he would die. And again, that just continues the mystery of the very personality of John Ndebugri. I believe that a life like that should be celebrated. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Comrade Donko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on this very able Nabia who personified everything contradictory in politics. For those who did not know Senior Nabia Ndebugri was a man who was not afraid to speak on any issue he passionately believed on. It didn't matter whose else was God as far as Ndebugri was concerned. He was a nationalist par excellence. And indeed, in our early PNDC days, I remember November 1983, when I was already a member of the Confiscated Assets Committee, Mr. Ndebugri, after November 23, when the coup attempt took place, or the alleged coup attempt took place, there was a schism, or a supposedly schism, between the Northerners in the PNDC and the Southerners, or the ever-Southern group in the PNDC. It took the courage of Ndebugri, as close as he was to Chris Atem as a friend, to come down and be on the rolling side. And that was how he became a minister, PNDC secretary for Agric, moving from his portfolio then in the northern part. So Ndebugri helped hold this country together at that very critical time. But for people like Ndebugri, even within the regime, the perceived division between the northern elements and the ever southern elements who have destabilized this country. This is the man Ndebugri. Not only that, but when he felt Rawlings was wrong, Ndebugri was one of those who did not mince words and spoke his mind. To the extent that in custody, Ndebugri was chained to a bed in hospital, even when his health was failing in custody. But Ndebugri remained Ndebugri. He would speak his mind, he would speak for Ghana, and he would do what he believed was right for Ghana. This is the man we mourn today. Senior Ndebugri, you have played your role. Senior Ndebugri, you may have offended people, but Senior Ndebugri, nobody can blame you for being earnest about what you believed in. We are all here to play our roles. We are not here to be crowd pleasers. We will speak the truth. And in Ndebugri, what we can do in your memory is to consistently speak out for what is best for Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to also eulogize our very hard-working and strong-willed former Member of Parliament, the Honorable Ndebugri. Mr. Speaker, I met Ndebugri in the Parliament in 2005. And Mr. Speaker, one thing that actually struck me about him was his very strong will and stuck to his views. He also espoused his views with strong conviction. Mr. Speaker, very straightforward person and very blunt. Mr. Speaker, he said, and he made his views very straight. He didn't care whether offended anyone on the floor of this house, but then, at the same time, if it's yes, he will let you know it. Mr. Speaker, I was very fond of him, and anytime I met him in the corridors of Parliament, I had to call him Inde, and he also shout, Benito, Benito. Mr. Speaker, this was an elderly person that we all felt the need to emulate. Mr. Speaker, coming from the PNC tradition to Mr. Speaker, Inde also always sided with the New Patriotic Party when it was necessary to conduct business. And because of that, we, the backbenchers, were very, very fond of him. Mr. Speaker, Inde was very diligent and he shall always be remembered, and may his soul rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader. Sorry, I didn't see you earlier on. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. My elder brothers have said a lot about our icon, our leader, late Honorable John Nde. To add some few words, late Nde was someone who encouraged a lot of us from the humble background. But for Nde, many young people from our area would not have gone to school and achieved what we have achieved so far. Nde stood for the downtrodden. Nde defended, he used his legal brain to defend a lot of people who could not afford to pay legal fees. I remember in 2015, there was a case involving a land where one old man who didn't have the money to pay the legal fees approached Nde. Nde defended this old man and won the case for him against people who had a lot of resources. Nde defended a lot of people in Garu, where I come from, and he is a household name as someone who spent time and his money to defend a lot of people. Nde will be remembered for his fearless and truthful honesty and bravery in approaching everything that he was committed or which he believed in. As youth of the Kusak area, we are indebted to Lawyer Nde for the contribution that he has made to bring us to where we are today. Nde has indeed contributed greatly to uplifting the Kusak area, the region, Upper East region, and Ghana at large. Nde, you will be forever remembered as our hero. Nde Pamsonga. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I associate myself with the Speaker, the maker of the statement, Honorable Abuka. In 2005, we all met in Parliament for the first time. I was a one-term member of Parliament, and they joined us in 2005. In fact, when the honorable member came to Parliament, although I was a senior, I learned something from him, which has kept me to date. He's a man of principle, and he was not afraid of anybody. He will tell you as it is. And for him to have even defeated Honorable Abuka, for him to have beaten Honorable Avuka simply tells you that he was a strong man, very formidable one. Because Honorable Avuka is seen as Mugabe of Zibila. And that was the only time Honorable Avuka was defeated. If not, Honorable Avuka would have been the seventh, would have been in Parliament for the 7th term like my leader. But his record was broken by my honorable member because he was able to defeat my good friend Avuka. I wouldn't say much, but all I'll say is we all learned from him. He was although he came after us, he was an experienced politician who has held several positions under PNDC and even NDC. So he brought his experience to bear when he came to Parliament, and we all learned from him. So I would say that we've lost a great man, a man of principle that we all emulate. And I hope Honorable Avuka has learned something from him, because he admitted that he was a senior in politics, although he's the Mugabe. All I'll say is, may his soul rest in peace, perfect peace. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to pay tribute to the Honorable Achuliwor Ndebore, affectionately referred to as Inde. And Mr. Speaker, Ghana has lost a statesman among few public servants who was not in public life or in public service for purposes of enriching himself. Mr. Speaker, Inde didn't just walk integrity, he acted with integrity. Mr. Speaker, he was forthrightly courageous, and his integrity in public life not paralleled. Mr. Speaker, my first encounter with Inde, apart from the fact of our early days in 2005 in this August House, was once upon a time when Chris Atim, his closest friend, got into Ghana and invited me to the University of Ghana guest house. Understandably, he was conducting some research on the health insurance scheme, or the possibility of a national health insurance scheme for Ghana, some in the last 12 years. Then on the floor of Parliament, after my contribution a particular day, when he got to know that I was an old student of Navasco, he then quizzed me quietly, "What is your folio number?" That is when he appreciated that I was also an Ascan, but not of his age. Mr. Speaker, today, 2 lessons to learn. That's what arguably, or the personality who could be described as his competitor or rival in the Kusa kingdom or the Boku politics is Right Honorable Cletus, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the word right, the Honorable Cletus Avoka. But it is significant, Mr. Speaker, that today it is him who is paying tribute to the memory of Ndebore. Lesson to learn: political tolerance and political respect. He defeated him in the 2004 parliamentary elections. That has not prevented him from recognizing and appreciating the personality in Ndebore and his contribution to the development of Ghana and northern Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in paying tribute to him, I want to extend profound sympathies and condolences to Sophia and the children Mr. Speaker, I do not know the protocols, but indeed deserves a state funeral. I hope that that is what is being done for him because of his sacrifice to public service and to nation building. Even if the state was saying an assisted funeral, in my view, that is not enough, given his dedicated service to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I can only end on another sad note, that let the departure of Inde find peace and unity in Baku and its surrounding areas, and in particular, the sleeping giant of a conflict between Kusasis and Mamprosis. We are only waiting for the ticking bomb. All is not well, and all has not been well. The only thing we can do to the memory of Inde is for lasting peace to prevail in Baku and for us to find answers to the underlying conditions and factors that is responsible for the unending and raging conflict between Kusasis and Mamprosis. There is a lot we all can learn from. There is a lot we can learn from. There are many anthropological studies that can guide us. So, Mr. Speaker, may his soul rest in perfect peace. A dedicated public servant, exemplary. He walked integrity and he was forthrightly courageous, as he said. But he remained an actor and a victim of Jerry Rawlings' PNDC. He was both an actor and a victim of it. May his soul rest in perfect peace.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, I also rise to add my voice. The beautifully crafted eulogy in memory of the Honorable Ndebugri. Speaker, I met Mr. Ndebugri at KNUST at the time he was exiting. And his name at the time was a household one on the campus of KNUST because of his bravery, because of the recognition that he always stood on the side of truthfulness. He was courageous, and Speaker, he never wavered in his beliefs. Mr. Speaker, there used to be a group on campus, the Pan-African Youth Movement, PANIMO, and Nde was a pioneering figure in PANIMO. Another strong character who was with them, who we joined, was Mustafa Utana. And Mustafa, I think in the heat of the revolution, relocated, and I've not heard of him since then. A medical officer, he graduated and left the scene. A strong character. Speaker, I recollect that in the early 80s, late 70s, early 80s, when we were establishing the permanent secretariat for the All Africa Students Union in Ghana, and the office was here in the State House. I was the one at the time as the Katanga Hall president who was nominated to go and fetch Chris Atim from the Northern region. At the time he had completed university and was just following there. So I went to bring Chris down to be made the secretary at the secretariat. And Chris, it was
who discovered in Debugri, who as a graduate of KNUST through the Faculty of Engineering, graduating as a chemical engineer, at the time referred to as chemical technology. Indeed, my own senior cousin was just 2 years ahead of Ndebugri, and he was the one who introduced me to Ndebugri. Inde was to have worked at the now hugely lamented Commander Sugar Factory. The chemical engineers were all shipped to the place to go and work. Unfortunately, I think something happened and he couldn't go to work there. And then he went to Nigeria after the service. And as I said, when the coup happened, it was Chris who mentioned him, and he had to pay for the bringing down of Ndebugri to Ghana. And when he came to Ghana, after a short stay within the Secretariat of the PNDC, posted to the Northern Region to be the regional secretary at the time. I'm happy that the Honorable Cletus Abuka is remembering that it was Inde who persuaded him to join mainstream politics, even though Cletus was about a year or two older than Inde. So I want to believe, because their ages are not too sure of the ages of the two. Mr. Speaker, Inde was a fiery character and a socialist to the core. He believed in the tenets of socialism, communalism, and he believed in equity. Mr. Speaker, if we want to benchmark people who are who can be referred to as having pure characteristics of anti-corruption, I believe Ndebugri will be one of them. He stood for accountability, the iconic figure that he was in Northern politics. At a point in time, Mr. Speaker, it was envisaged that Inde was the leading light of the Northerners in the PNDC at the time. Atampugri, Zayebo, and others had left. So, Mr. Speaker, the remaining figure was Ndebugri. And everybody thought that from the north was going to be the successor, if indeed Rawlings wanted a successor from the north. Very sure of that. Very sure of what I'm saying. Mr. Speaker, however, there were a few developments, and it led to his peeling off from the PNDC, not least because of the embrace of the PNDC with IMF. He was one of the few people who stood up against it, and he never associated with it, even when Kwesiboche had taken control, was going around the country. He was organizing resistance against the country embracing the IMF. It was one of the principal reasons why they fell apart. That's between him and Rawlings. Because they thought that the country could survive on its own. And yet we all do know that in the heady days, one reason for the numerous attempted coups was the harshness of conditions in the country. And Rawlings had no option than to go to the IMF at the time. And they never forgave Rawlings for having done that, for that decision. And so there was even a struggle between him and this man from Achuliwor, Bibi Obeng, and Chachu Chikata, all because of the play out of the association of PNDC with the IMF. And Mr. Speaker, fast forward, Into 1991, when resistance was forcefully emerging against the PNDC, and they turned around then to join the forces of resistance against Rawlings, and it was appealing for a return to constitutional rule. And I remember the first meeting that we had, the third meeting that the Dankwa-Buzia group held in Kumasi. He and Percy Pratt were the people who came to address the gathering at KO in Kumasi. And so he was part of the movement against Rawlings in 1991, 1992. And it's the reason why he resisted you, Cletus Abuka, to go back to the PNDC. Because he said enough was enough. The military should return to barracks and leave the civilians to control the administration of this country. So he told you that you were a betrayer of the cause. I know he told you that. He did. Yes, Speaker. So that indeed was in the degree. Straightforward, he will tell you in the face if he disagreed with you that I disagree with you on this. A forthright character. Such characters are the people that we need indeed to run our administration. The Speaker, he was in Parliament eventually, having defeated Cletus Abuka to take his place. Cletus came and rescued his seat back from him. It was a daring effort, and the two of them literally exchanged fireworks, but good to relate that eventually they patched up, came together, and they came together not as friends, but as brothers before his untimely demise. I was traveling to Kumasi on 7th of May, and at the airport, I met these two young men in the company of the wife. I recognized the senior son who broke the news to me that the man had just transitioned the day before. I was shell-shocked because I never heard of his ailment, and yet he succumbed to death. The Speaker, indeed, in the midst of life, we are in death. May his soul rest in perfect peace. I thank you for the space granted, Mr. Speaker.
We now know those who were actually members of the PNDC. Tomorrow, the funeral of our late colleague will commence in the forecourt of the State House. I want to take this opportunity to invite all members to try as much as possible to be part of that ceremony. Before 9 o'clock, we'll be there, and therefore we will commence proceedings tomorrow, I'm sure, after the funeral. On Friday, the body will be conveyed home, and the funeral service will be conducted on Saturday. Those who will be in the, have the opportunity to go, please kindly go and effectively represent all of us. The world is indeed a stage, and all the men and women merely players. We all have roles to play. He has played his role and played it very well. He was such an iconic person that he had to be flown from Nigeria. A plane was taken from Ghana to go and fly him to Ghana to join the PNDC. And throughout his life, as we've been told, he stuck to his principles. No matter who he spoke to, he spoke what he believed in. But one thing was very clear, he played his politics very well without ill will. He could disagree with you today forcefully, the next day he will be with you in joy. That is what politics is about. It's not about hating people. It's not about fighting people. It's not about killing opponents. It's not about insults. It's about sticking to what you believe in. It's about character. And Inde was a beacon of hope and inspiration. He met me in 1982 when I was in my final year as a law student at the Ghana Law School. And when I was introduced to him, he said, "These are the lumpen bourgeoisies. We shall destroy and rebuild." That was my first time of meeting the late Inde. He later on became a lawyer himself. Lumpen bourgeoisie. Yes, I'm happy they said he was a peacemaker, but he was called a warlord. During the Kusasi-Mamposi war, together with the gentleman, the honorable senior colleague, who had just paid the glowing tribute to him, they were referred to as warlords, and they were picked and locked up here in Accra. So they went through all the trials and tribulations. Yet, in spite of the differences that they contested almost every 4 years, yes, Inde managed to beat the Honorable Cletus Avoka only once. But on the other occasions, Honorable Cletus Avoka won the battle. They were always together as friends, and he told you they ended up with him telling him that he was going to die in his village, in his house, and in 3 days' time, he was no more. That is an iconic figure. And I think we are being a befitting tribute. Once again, I want to invite all of you to tomorrow's funeral ceremony, where you at least show that we are together as members of the same family, in spite of our political differences. Those differences are not our making. They are innate. It's God that created the differences in us. And that is the spice of life, diversity. So, honorable members, let's learn lessons as the minority has stated. They are very good lessons for all of us young politicians. We all mean well. Let's focus on seeing how we can build our nation, Ghana. With this, I want to appeal to you, because of his achievement, we should give him at least a minute silence. May the soul of our late colleague rest in perfect peace. Amen. Honorable members, I will seek your indulgence again and answer to a call and come back in 5 minutes' time.
Thank you, sir.
Suspension for 5 minutes. Government, there's something else. I'm calling. I mean, I'll go for it. The weather.
Yes, sir. Oh.
Mr. Speaker!
Honorable members, I welcome you all from the suspension. Oh, Senior Prefect.
Speaker, just before you rose, I actually was trying to catch your eye. It's a matter which has been troubling me considerably, but it happens to be a matter which you just touched on briefly and then move on to other matters. But I think I should bring it out so that maybe you would have to make a decision on it. Mr. Speaker, it is the matter of this place which appears to have been converted into a funeral grounds. Mr. Speaker, I thought Parliament of Ghana owns this place. I thought that place, when I've started hearing, no. Let me make my point. After that, Mr. Speaker will deal with it. Mr. Speaker, I thought the place I described as funeral grounds, it's allotted to the state for state functions, or state funerals, big state matters. What I see, Mr. Speaker, is that it is close to being a public funeral ground. Almost invariably, I see funerals being held, and I try to make inquiries, and I don't know who the person is. I am trying to find out from the system whether the place belongs to us, whether it belongs to the state. Is there a protocol arrangement for funerals which are held there? Or, Mr. Speaker, it's a free-for-all, whatever. Depending on whether you can pay. No, let me make my statement. After that, you can respond to that. It troubles me. Let me conclude, Mr. Speaker. All right, Mr. Speaker. So that is the point. I mean, I'm not so sure. There must be some clarity in this arrangement. I know that when I go, before you know, I'll be rushed straight to the Islamic cemetery. I won't be coming here. So that's, I'm not making a personal statement. I'm not sure whether he will come here briefly. I don't know. But you know, the point I'm making is that, I'm not, for instance, when I say you, it wasn't you. I was pointing to the other side. Mr. Speaker, I need to understand. Is it a state funeral? Because I know some, state matters, state funerals, which have been properly held there. I mean, protocol, everything, Mr. Speaker, beautifully. I am talking about the rest. Are they entitled, or they pay, or what is it? Is it a public place, or, Mr. Speaker, it is a place for parliament? Listen, it is our grounds, it's the state grounds. I need to understand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make comment on this issue. I think that the floor here will not be the appropriate forum to find out of anything of this nature. We are a senior member of the House. We have a leadership of Parliament, and in order to raise an issue of this nature, you can approach the leadership. First of all, we ask Parliament, as we ask. No, I'm saying that this is not the proper forum to ask. In any case, why are you asking the Speaker? Is the Speaker going to give you the answer to the question that that place is a funeral ground? So he has given approval that it should be a funeral ground. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that this issue should not be discussed here. I don't think we should discuss it.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, I was indeed wondering under what provision of outstanding orders my colleague was coming to raise this matter. It's a germane matter. It says it's a different matter. It's a germane matter. But Mr. Speaker, because you have accommodated him and because it's been read into the Hansard, I think that I need to give some quick response to the question. It's not the making of parliaments, that is the holding of funerals. It's not the making of funeral of parliament, it's not the making of the speaker. The grounds there is owned by state protocol and not parliament. It's state protocol and not parliament. Remember when the banquet hall was functional, again, it's owned by state protocol and not parliament. So anything that they decide on, they allow it, provided the person is able to satisfy their own arrangements. Whatever amounts that they charge is for the state protocol. But Mr. Speaker, it is important now to relate to this because of security concerns. And for that reason, even for security concerns, I agree with you that we need now to take a much more serious look at that. Maybe to have a serious conversation with the President of the Republic. Yes, he is the one who can intervene to have the presence of Parliament properly defined. We want complete ownership of the parcel of land stretching all the way from the ceremonial gate to this place, including our offices and even the space behind the Justice Assembly. All of them to be ceded to Parliament, because initially Parliament was to move outside these prisons. So we're only going to be here for just a transient period. But now, given the investment that we have made into the facilities here, Parliament will have to be here for the foreseeable future. And that being the case, we started some discussions with the President, indeed the President, to have the entire space secured for Parliament. And when it's done, then we'll be in ownership of that ground facility that we are relating to. And then we can decide what to do with it. For now, it is still within the ownership of the state protocol. And we have little control over that. I should be concerned because of security implications. On Saturdays when funerals hold there, if you ever come here, after they finish, people come here, they go as far as the Justice Assembly and they are taking pictures. You never know what may happen. So that should be a concern to all of us, except to say that this is not the appropriate time to discuss that. But I believe the Speaker would give his comments on that, because within the board, we have a charge to keep. We have a small committee that is working on this, to have the entire presence of Parliament secured for us. And we are in serious discussions. The Lands Commission and the Chief of Staff, and also the State Protocol and the Presidency. For now, that is what I can say about that.
Well, normally these matters, as rightly observed, are completely out of order. But in view of the relevance and critical nature of the issues that he has raised, I think the members, both the Deputy Minority Leader and the Majority Leader, has shared some information with us. But it's good for the information of members and for researchers to know that in spite of the fact that we've been along this path for almost 30 years, we are still tenants in this place. And the place that has been given to us as tenants, where we are now, the chamber block, which was reconfigured from the initial international conference hall to a chamber block, and then the speaker's block and job 600. The banquet hall is not part of the properties given to us. So even when we want to use the banquet hall, we have to make application, and sometimes we have to pay for the use of the banquet hall. So where they actually host the funerals is not part of our rental or lease or whatever permission they've given us. It's not under our control. This place was meant to be a temporary shelter for Parliament of the Fourth Republic. And then the proper place will be located and constructed for Parliament. We have been tenanting here for almost 30 years. And it took the bravery and courage of the late Right Honorable Peter Alagente to even on this seat vociferously shout for even the ceremonial gate to be opened for members to pass through to enter this place. Before, it was always closed, and members had to go through the back gate. And he said he was a chief. There's no way that the chief would always enter his palace through the back door. He has to go through the front, seated here. That sonorous voice of his shook the grounds, and the next day, the ceremonial gate was opened. But as of today, by 6 o'clock, whilst we are here or not, it is what? Secured and locked. And we all have to pass through the back door. That is the pretense of democratic practice in Ghana. They see the relevance of Parliament, but they don't see how important Parliament is in the building of democratic culture in the country. It will take time for us to change. Here, the only thing they know is President. And that's all. So, we need to fight. I should use and you follow me. My story is this. Since I've been in leadership, I'm aware of the efforts all earlier leaders have made to get the permit or permission of the executive to take possession of this whole presence. No president has finally bitten the bullet and taken that decision. They will give you the indication that, oh, we don't object to it. But they will never put pen and paper together to write and say that, please, you can go ahead. Right up from the time of J.H. also a champion to J.H. Mensah, throughout, letters are written, even today. The majority leader seated here is chasing such a letter to try and get His Excellency to write, to give out the area that he just mentioned to be the presence of Parliament, for us to even develop just behind us into real valuable properties for the use of this house. As of today, we have not got any positive response. And so sometimes when you hear me talk about security, take it serious, because even some people from time to time, they jump over the wall here, come and do a lot of things. When you are chasing them, they jump back into the cemetery area or back into the slum just behind us. And there was one day that one member was stabbed behind here. And when the police tried chasing, he jumped over the wall. By the time they got there, he was nowhere to be found. Stabbed with a knife. Yes. And you know the number of times that people have broken into your vehicles and gone away with valuables. So it's a serious matter. The people of Ghana don't know this. They don't know. We have to shout. We have to let them know. They are prepared to support us to have at least a permanent place as an arm of government. We cannot continue to be tenants in our own house. It took us a long time to change it from State House to Parliament House. This place is State House. And it's under His Excellency the President, usually put in the care of the Chief of Staffs. And so when we are writing for things, you write through there. Until they reply, you have no right to make use of this property. State protocol are just behind us. There is a main garage here where the vehicles are serviced for the executive, not us. And so we service our vehicles outside. That is how Parliament is being treated. I'll do something before I die. Don't worry. Senior Prefect, I have your support. This is an informal session of Parliament. Now we go back to business. Honorable members, we have a very important statement, and I want to grant opportunity for this to be made. Then after that, I will hand over to my capable deputies to proceed with the rest of the business, whilst I attend to some ambassadors who are waiting for me. We have a statement standing in the name of Honorable Emmanuel Kwesi Bejra, the MP for Ho West, and this is on a very important topic, corruption, and how APNAC, African Parliamentary Network Against African Parliamentarians Network Against Corruption, the Ghana chapter, trying to commemorate the African Anti-Corruption Day. Honorable Member, you may make your statement now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make this statement on the occasion of the celebration of this year's African Anti-Corruption Day, which falls on Monday, 11 July 2022. July 11 of every year is an important day set aside to reflect on the impact of corruption of Africa's development, analyze strategies put in place by nations to deal with the menace, and mobilize public support towards the fight against corruption. The day also provides an opportunity for Africa's anti-corruption fighters to share good lessons and practices from their countries. Mr. Speaker, it's an undeniable fact that corruption, especially high-level and grand corruption, has been a significant barrier to democratic governance and sustainable development across Africa. It is because of these threats that the African Union adopted the African Convention on Prevention Combating Corruption in Maputo, Mozambique in 2016, and has since declared July 11 of every year to create awareness on the devastating effects of corruption across the African continent. Mr. Speaker, the theme for this year's African Anti-Corruption Day is strategies and mechanisms for the transparent management of COVID-19 funds. It is important to state that this year's theme is timely and relevant because since the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, there have been a series of corruption allegations on how some African governments have used the funds received on behalf of their citizens to manage the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the pervasiveness of corruption and its negative ramifications are widely witnessed in most developing countries. The existence of porous and weak institutions have provided a firm undergird for corruption to thrive in these developing countries. Mr. Speaker, it is irrefutable fact that COVID-19 pandemic outbreak has brought to fore corruption challenges across countries in the world, and in particular Africa. It is significant to state that corruption related to COVID-19 has been reported in a number of African countries. For instance, in Cameroon, a 2021 audit revealed the misuse of about $333 million meant for pandemic response in 2020. In South Africa, there were issues of irregular contracts to the tune of $10 million. In Malawi, the government revealed that some of its officials colluded with the private sector to misappropriate $1.3 million of COVID-19 funds. The Kenya Medical Supplies Authority allegedly pilfered about 400 million men to buy medical equipment. Also, Mr. Speaker, in the case of Nigeria, the Federal Ministry of Health allegedly bought 1,808 face masks for $96,000. A similar situation was reported in Uganda, where 4 top officials were arrested for allegedly overpricing COVID-19 food items, leading to a loss of $528,000. Mr. Speaker, as reported by high-level panel on illicit financial flows from Africa, the continent loses more than $50 billion annually through illicit financial outflows. It is significant to state that for decades now, Africa has been continuously losing valuable assets through illicit outflows of not only her natural resources, but also treasured artifacts of African societies and various proceeds of crime. These outflows directly impact the quality of life on the continent. Mr. Speaker, it is sad to note from the report of the Ghana Integrity Initiative that Ghana loses close to about $3 billion to corruption annually. A report by the Ghana Integrity Initiative, GII, the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition, GACC, and Send Ghana also indicates that the country loses more than 30% of its GDP to corruption every year. In addition, a report by Imani Ghana and Oxfam revealed that between 2015 and 2020, Ghana lost a total of 13 billion Ghana cedis in financial irregularities, covering store procurement, cash, tax, payroll, rent, and contract irregularities. Ghana ranked 73 out of 180 countries in Transparency International 2021 Corruption Perception Index (CPI). This is a clear indication that corruption is pervasive in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the above statistics is a worrying trend of how corruption is becoming endemic and systemic in Ghanaian politics. And I must emphasize that if care is not taken, Ghanaians will completely lose trust in us as politicians. Mr. Speaker, a COVID-19 corruption risk assessment report dubbed Strengthening COVID-19 Accountability Mechanism (SCAM) by the Community Development Alliance (CDA) Ghana, with support from Commonwealth Foundation, has revealed that the outbreak of the coronavirus in Ghana has created conditions in which corruption could flourish. The report indicated that the common cliché, "we are not in normal times," by government officials served as an excuse to circumvent procurement irregularities, which heighten corruption risks associated with government response to fighting the pandemic. I therefore urge the committee put in place by Mr. Speaker to expedite action on its inquiry into COVID-19 related expenditures. The report will give some confidence to citizenry on accountability by officialdom. Mr. Speaker, factors accounting for the reasons why corruption is still an attractive enterprise in most developing countries, including Ghana, have often been explained on various platforms across the continent. The causes of corruption are myriad, and they have political and cultural variables. It is sad to state that the culture of the Ghanaian society has made almost every citizen more prone to corrupt activities. However, the basic factors that engender corrupt practices in Ghana include inequality and the distribution of wealth. Using political office as access to wealth, weak enforcement laws of the laws, and the absence of a strong sense of nationalism. The Holy Bible referred to corruption as a great sin. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to recommend the following on behalf of the African Parliamentarians Network Against Corruption. That 1. Section 124 of the Criminal Offences Act must be amended to make corruption a first-degree felony instead of its present form a second-degree felony. 2. A person found culpable in the Auditor General's report should be dealt with according to the law. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the asset declaration procedure must be amended for public disclosure of assets by government appointees, parliamentarians, and persons considered as political risks, including all public servants in key positions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, honorable members, I go by the earlier guidance, which is 2 from each side of the House, and then 1 from the leaders, 1 each. So I recognize the honorable gentleman in front of me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is that the chairman of the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs?
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm the ranking member of the Public Accounts Committee, and I'm also the vice chair of AFNA.
Oh, Honorable Kofi Ajeku, right?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the maker of this statement, Honorable for a very incisive statement. The issue of corruption is very in my heart, and it is important that we look at it in reality. The Speaker, I'm a bit worried about recent trends where we see undermining the authority of the Auditor General, one of the institutions that are established is foremost important in the fight against corruption. Mr. Speaker, if you read the report, you find out that it is recommended that one of the main reasons why corruption is pervasive is lack of strong institutions. Page 2 of the statement states that the Speaker, the pervasiveness of corruption and its negative ramifications are widely witnessed in most developing countries. The existence of porous and weak institutions have provided a firm undergrowth for corruption to thrive in these developing countries. The Speaker, one of the tools that are most important for fighting corruption is the Auditor General's report. It's an institution. But of late, I'm worried that it appears the Auditor General's report is being politicized. Mr. Speaker, in this very chamber, members rise up and talk about the fact that the value of infractions as reported in the Auditor General's report is like a measure of corruption. Mr. Speaker, nothing can be far from that. If you take the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, on ministries, departments, and agencies for 2021, Mr. Speaker, it's reported that the total value of infractions in 2017 was 890 million. 2018 was 5.2 billion. 2019 was 3 billion. 2020 was 2 billion. And 2021, the total value of infractions was 1 billion. The Speaker, are we to suggest that because of the declining nature of infractions, does that mean that corruption is declining? As some of us will want us to believe that because infraction for a particular year is up or is high, it means that the level of corruption is increasing. The Speaker, I think that we should protect our institutions that fight corruption, and nothing can be further than that from the proof to say that in 1 year the value of infractions is 3 billion, in another year is 17 billion. So the value of infractions is growing, therefore corruption is growing. The Speaker, if we do that, we are undermining the work of the Auditor General and making it more difficult for them to fight corruption. The Speaker, another observation I make in the statement is on page 3, where, Mr. Speaker, it is sad to note that the report of the Ghana Integrity Initiative that Ghana loses close to 3 billion due to corruption annually. Mr. Speaker, in the same report by Ghana Integrity Initiative, Anti-Corruption, Corruption Coalition, Send Ghana also indicates that the country loses 30% of GDP to corruption every year. Mr. Speaker, if you look at it, in one vein, one report is saying that we lose 3 billion to corruption. Another report by another NGO is saying that we lose 30% of our GDP. Mr. Speaker, 30% of our GDP is 150 billion. So much as we rely on some of the I'm saying that, in conclusion, we have to be careful about some of the figures that are thrown about by the so-called anti-corruption agencies. 3 billion, which is equivalent to about 24 billion, cannot be the same as 150 billion, which is being reported by institution. Otherwise, we are sending out signals that are not accurate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mutala Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this very, very important statement. Right, Honorable Speaker, I absolutely agree with the entirety of the content of the statement made by my senior colleague. There could not have been any better team for the celebration of this African coalition against corruption this year than corruption that bordered on a catastrophe that inflicted the global community, COVID-19. The sad aspects of it, and based on what is stated, captured by reports submitted by very important and serious institutions, that in their eyes of such catastrophe, where lives were lost and are still being lost, where people suffered, you have African leaders who saw it as an opportunity to make money. You have African leaders who never showed sympathy and empathy with the depths of their citizens, and they thought that there could not have been any better opportunity to make more money than making money at the expense of the lives of their citizens. And Ghana is no exception. We are being told in the statement that we lose billions of Ghana cedis every year in the name of corruption. Us can never be solved with the thinking we had when we created them, says Albert Einstein. The issues of corruption is self-inflicted. It is not the making of God or Allah. It is the making of those who are given the political authority to manage the resources belonging to all of us. A classical example has to do with the inability of African leaders to account to their people. And when those accountabilities are demanded, it becomes a football game of one political party against the other. But we pretentiously and publicly make pronouncement of our willingness and preparedness to fight that canker, yet our actions are directly in support of this particular canker. I am happy that this statement is made on this floor, and a word spoken in silence will get to its intended ear. We are having challenges in this country today, and for which reason we have to go to IMF. There is no denying the fact that if we had managed our resources very well, we will not be looking for others to support us. Now, if we lose about 30 billion every year to corruption, then it means that corruption alone, if we are able to fight it and fight it seriously, we will not be looking for others to assist us. Right, Honorable Speaker. The religious leaders have a moral duty and a responsibility. Churches, mosques, synagogues, shrines, they have a moral duty to speak against corruption. Unfortunately and sadly, what we hear them speak on pulpit, on the mimbars, on the synagogues, is prosperity. Nobody is talking about corruption. The Quran is explicit, and I'm happy my honorable colleague made references to provisions in the Bible. If you read Quran chapter 28, verse 4, 9, verse 10 to 12, God talks about those who spread corruption and mischief. And God emphasizes on those who spread corruption. It is not to ordinary person like myself or my brother. It is to those who have the political authority to manage the affairs. Listen and listen very carefully. Allah says in the Quran that when you dip your hands into state coffers, on the day of judgment, you will account to the over 30 million Ghanaians. That money belongs to all of them.
Why are you standing? Leader.
So when...
Yes, please.
Oh, he's my leader.
Mr. Speaker, as an elder in the Church of Pentecost, we preach against corruption. And corruption is one of the fundamental pillars of the religion. When Adam became corrupt, that's why Christ came to redeem us. And that's the fundamental of the Christian religion. So to say they preach about prosperity and he doesn't hear corruption, the honorable member who is on his feet does not attend our churches. He doesn't go to church. And therefore he doesn't know what we say there. And I want him, Mr. Speaker, to withdraw that aspect from his speech. That we speak against corruption, and corruption is as bad. The Catholic Church is against corruption, Pentecost is against corruption, Methodist is against corruption, and Presbyterian Church is against corruption.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, maybe perhaps I need to withdraw and say that the emphasis on speaking against corruption is not that loud. The irony is that if we were preaching against corruption, we will not be losing 30 billion every year in the name of corruption. That is the irony. We have had instances where religious leaders have been accused for corruption. The corruption perception index, the story is so bad. The highest we have ever scored in this country under the Fourth Republic was only in 2014. For the avoidance of doubt, in 2014 we scored 48. In 2015 we scored 46. In 2017, when we talked about fighting corruption, and for which reason corruption played a significant role in determining the outcome of the elections in 2016, we scored 41 in 2017. Scored 43 in 2018. Scored 43 in 2019. The question I ask myself and I ask my colleagues, did we go or did we come? If we are able to fight for corruption and score 48, right, Honorable Speaker, let me conclude. If we are able to...
Honorable Member, this is a statement. So please don't provoke any debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm just stating facts. I'm stating what the Auditor General, the Perception Corruption Index stated.
Who told you that debate is not about stating facts?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your guidance. So what I'm simply saying is that if we're able to score 48, we all have a duty, a moral responsibility, to go back to why we were able to score 48 in 2014, yet we are now scoring 40, 41 in 2017, 18, 19, and 20, and sadly below 48 in 2021. With these few words, Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to remind myself and remind my colleagues that fighting corruption is not speaking English, it's not using big words. Let's see it in our actions. Let's see it in our policy. Let's see it in the actions we take, particularly those who are given the authority politically to govern and to fight corruption. Let's see how they work. If not, there is a saying in the Bani that if the chief comes home with a weird haircut, what we expect his subjects to do, they come home with tapiajo. Our leaders must not come home with weird haircut. Everybody will come home with weird haircut and will continue to score 30, or will continue to spend 30 billion Ghana cedis every year in the name of corruption. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably submitted by Honorable Emmanuel Kwesi-Bechara on strategies and mechanisms for some transparent management of COVID-19 funds. Mr. Speaker, corruption, we all know, is a serious canker which is eating our society. And it's important for us all, as members of Parliament, as persons in government, and even people in the private and public sector, to help in the fight against corruption. Mr. Speaker, I would want to reiterate a point made by the ranking member for public accounts, that today it seems that one of the sources of corruption or evidence of corruption has been the Auditor General's report. I mean, you hear people, civil society groups, sometimes members of Parliament refer to the Auditor General's report and refer to it and highlight irregularities as they appear in the Auditor General's report. Mr. Speaker, if the Auditor General's report flags even contract irregularities, and it is summed up, people think that somebody somewhere is embezzling funds, that needs to be corrected. Yes, if we have laws, people must be able to obey the laws. But we need to be able to differentiate between people dipping their hands in public funds and also people's failure in following the laws. And I think once we do that, we'll be able to, as it were, know corruption I mean, people who are embezzling funds and differentiate that from people who are not following the law. Mr. Speaker, it's also important for us to commend the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo government for some bold measures that the government has taken, especially in the fight against corruption. Mr. Speaker, it is important
Honourable Member, I will also have to caution you against moving us into the arena of debate. Corruption is abuse of public trust for private gain. All the talk is about financial, monetary corruption. Corruption goes beyond that. Abuse of public trust for private gain. So even our conduct as individuals, would I talk about money, could be termed corrupt. Please don't let's go into debate. If you want us to debate it, we will come by motion and we'll debate it. But one of the things we tried earlier on to do is not to politicize this serious challenge. It's a global challenge. It's not just only Ghana. And that's one of the reasons why I stood down as chairman of the Public Accounts Committee in 2005 and give it to a professional person so that we can inject professionalism into the work of Public Accounts Committee. If not before, the minority leader used to be the chair of the Public Accounts Committee. And I was the chair from 2001 to 2004. But I realized that people were injecting politics into this serious matter and had to step down and to call Honorable Salas Mensah to take over as chair. Let's tackle this as a national challenge. Don't let's bring in partisanship into this matter. You may go on now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your guidance. Mr. Speaker, all I sought to do was to applaud the government, and especially this parliament, in putting in place the legal framework to fight corruption. Mr. Speaker, just like President Obama said, it's important for us to build strong institutions. And one means of doing that is putting in place the proper legal framework to ensure that we put a stop to the various loopholes that monies pass. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of this House to an act that gathered some dust many years ago, that in 2019 was passed, the Right to Information Act. Mr. Speaker, this is ensuring that we foster some level of transparency in our public administration. In fact, now you have media personnel who can write to state institutions and request for information. And for me, I think we need to applaud this House and also the government in championing the Right to Information Act. Today we have the Witness Protection Act, 2019 Act 975, which the President gave assent to in 24th August last year. Mr. Speaker, we have the Criminal Offences Act, which was amended in this House, and which ensures that the offence of corruption, which previously was regarded as a misdemeanor, is now seen as a felony, and it guarantees some stiffer punishment. I think it's important for us to highlight that. I can talk about the Revenue Administration Act, we can talk about the Fiscal Responsibility Act to 2018, the State Interest and Governance Authority Act 2019, and many more acts that have been passed in this parliament, which is ensuring that we have the right framework to fight corruption. Fighting corruption is not by mouth. Fighting corruption is by putting in place measures. And I think this is what the government and this parliament has done, and it is what I wanted to highlight. With this few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the maker of this statement for highlighting issues that affect our state and issues that affect the promotion and the development of our country. Thank you very much.
Let me allow the honourable member for Ho Central.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I want to refer to the statement made by the presenter of the statement that corruption is a worrying trend and has become an endemic and systemic in Ghanaian politics, political corruption. Mr. Speaker, some amount of political corruption emanates from the system that we operate in this country. The President appoints political, administrative people to various offices. And in our Ghanaian culture, once you get to any such position, the people around you expect that you bring something home. You do something for them. And therefore, one is compelled to do their bidding. Mr. Speaker, when you are in that kind of situation, it becomes difficult for you how to meander your way through. And since it is the president that appoints all these people, now you can count their numbers, apart from the ministers the large numbers of the deputies. Apart from MDs, it has become a culture now to appoint lots of deputy MDs. All of these things, all of these people go on the wings of their political affiliations. And so they want to respond to people around them to do something for them. And that is why it becomes difficult for the president who pledged to protect the public purse to do so. He cannot, because he has appointed the people. And therefore, it becomes difficult to remove them. And the people also want to make sure that things trickle down to their neighbors around them. What I want to note is that the more avenues of political appointment we create, the more avenues for corruption we also open. So if we can limit this political appointments to the barest minimum, it will cut part of the corruption problems. For now, I can say that the only way we can try to overcome this is to continue exposing corrupt practices. On this note, I want to commend an Accra-based radio station, Joy FM, for organizing a program called Corruption Watch. They often sing the song, Africa Money Ogari Chopam Nyafu Nyafu. To wit, our appointees are chopping these monies with reckless abandon. They are spending it, they are stealing the money with careless abandon, with impunity. And I think that we should use all those agencies mentioned, serious fraud office, IOCO, GIIA, all to continue to expose and deal with persons found to be engaged in corruption activities. Then we can be making some headway. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
First Deputy Speaker.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to join in this discussion. Mr. Speaker, so far, all I've heard is a repetition of what we know. People managing public funds are not accounting properly. But we've not stopped to ask, why is it so? I'm very young. In my 60-year young life, all I heard are elders, Yempeni Fono. Now the mantra has changed. Our leaders, our political, I have one of my classmates who uses moron African political leaders all over. But indeed, if it were so, if it were just the elders in Pedifo, or political leaders, or heads, because these people pass on, they change frequently, the situation should have reduced. Because today I'm a leader. Yesterday somebody else was the leader. If it is just the leaders, they would have passed on. They have moved on. Other people would have taken over. The real issue, we are not dealing with them. The real issue, Mr. Speaker, is our integrity as a people. And I find it very interesting that we enjoy attacking one another. But the problem hasn't changed. Because we are not dealing with the real issue. It is happening at every level. Whether it is in chieftaincy, whether it is in the religious group, whether it is in the political group, whether it is in the middle schools, it is happening at every level. You know? So, in my view, what we should do is start dealing with the integrity issues we have. I don't know what we were taught. When I was growing up, the only thing I was taught about Ghana, integrity is my national anthem, and then later, under General Champong, we learned national redemption, the Redemption Charter, and National Pledge. Today we don't talk about these things again. So what kind of orientation have we given us growing up? What level of integrity? How have we trained people to be responsible for managing public things? Somebody is saying it's poverty, but it's not every poor person who will steal. Some people truly have orientation for protecting, and I'll share this example. I've stated it on so many occasions, that I learned that in one of the Scandinavian countries, I think it's Norway, the nursery rhymes the children learn every day. As soon as the teacher enters the classroom, he says, if it is not yours, then the children respond, don't take it. If it is not yours, don't take it. The kind of thing that will make people think twice before taking what is not theirs. The kind of thing that will make people think twice when they're dealing with public property. Think that you serve the whole community, converting them to our private use, as the speaker suggested, taking advantage and using for our personal selves things that are intended for the whole community. I think we need to go back to the basics and start training people to think and behave that way. In my view, many of us here have gone beyond training. If you read the book of the president of Singapore, yes, he said that when I became president, I looked at the adults. They felt comfortable easing themselves in public places, and I came to the conclusion that for these people, it has become their culture. Can't change them. So I'm starting from the basics. I'm teaching the primary school people afresh. We'll train them and orientate them such that they will not feel comfortable living with their parents the way they are. In over 30 years, he has achieved that. I suggest that we go back and look at what kind of training, what kind of orientation we give people. Because people copy what they see. If what I do every day is what my children see, that is what they consider normal. Mr. Speaker, I want to end the statement by saying that if we don't change the basics, we will keep doing the same things, attacking one another when the problem keeps increasing. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, with your kind permission, I want us to end up with the leaders. There are still some other business to be done. So the leaders can make a few comments, and then I'll hand over to I think the first deputy speaker has made a very important point. He will come and chair the rest as the speaker. Yes, deputy minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the maker of the statement, the MP for Ho West, and the chairman of APNAC Ghana chapter. Mr. Speaker, APNAC, which is the African Parliamentarians Network Against Corruption, is one of the bodies that I recommend to MPs to join, members, especially the new members, to join. I'm sure that every member who is in this House is here with the objective of protecting, or the objective of bringing the welfare of the members of his constituency or his constituent. And if this organization is a body that fights against corruption, it is a body that is working towards the welfare of the members or Africans. Mr. Speaker, the 11th of July, which for every year, which has been designated for the celebration of African Anti-Corruption Day, is a day that we should all be proud of and use it in order to fight corruption. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, what are the systems in place to ensure that we are not corrupt or corrupt practices
are made to come to a stop. Our own constitution made provision for the office of the Auditor General. Why should we have the Auditor General? Article 187 says that there shall be an Auditor General who shall be responsible for the audit of all public accounts of Ghana. Once people have been entrusted with responsibility and state funds are entrusted in their hands, they must account for it. And to account for that, there must be somebody, an independent body, who should look into the expenditure for that group of people or the arm of government. So the office of the Auditor General was created by the Constitution. But one thing that is not right to me is the independence of the Auditor General. The Constitution says that the Auditor General must be independent, that it will be difficult to remove him. But we have seen what happened recently, which means that after all, Auditor General can easily be removed from office. So if that is the case, then it means that every Auditor General who is appointed knows that I can be removed if I don't go by the beat of the one who appoints me. Mr. Speaker, I think that the independence of the that we should, as a House, think about how we can work towards it to ensure that the Auditor General is actually independent. Now, the Auditor General is supposed to audit the public accounts of Ghana. Basically, it's the executive arm of government that is going to be audited by that because they are in charge of the expenditure and most of the spending. But the Auditor General is appointed by the President. Mr. Speaker, it looks like the Auditor General who is appointed by the President, the Auditor General will definitely say that, hey, I have to work to ensure that the President is protected. I think that what we can do as a House to ensure that if there will be the need for amendment of the Constitution to ensure that the Auditor General is appointed by a process. First of all, the Auditor General's work ends in this House. And we, as Parliament, look to review the work of Auditor General. And for that matter, we can say the Auditor General is an officer of Parliament, yet the appointment is done by the President. The President can even ask the Auditor General to do a special audit. But we in Parliament cannot even ask him to do any special audit. So there is something that we should look at as a House. How can we make sure that the Auditor General is actually independent? So his appointment is one area. And then also financial independence is also very important. Once he knows that he has a protected term of office, that nobody can remove him, and also has the resources to work with, he'll be able to come out with all that issues that border on corruption. Mr. Speaker, that is what I want to talk about. The second one is the follow-ups to the report of the Auditor General. So when a report ends in this House and we also review it and issue a report, the follow-up, that is another area we should work at. And we have agreed in this House that that committee, which will do a follow-up, will ensure that we appoint that committee or set up that committee very soon. So, Mr. Speaker, if we're able to do this in a way, we'll be fighting against corruption. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to end by saying that the fight against corruption, Ghana as a country, we're actually not doing well. We can do better and ensure that we fight corruption. So it's an opportunity for us, for the committee that the COVID-19 expenditure has been referred to do diligent work and make this House proud, so that we will be seen to be fighting corruption, and this will also go a long way to serve as a deterrent to other people who might want to involve in the same
practices. So I thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I will be handing over to the First Deputy Speaker to continue with the business. But it's important I state this before I go. The Auditor General occupies an office, which is a public office. It is only in the performance of his duty that he cannot be directed or controlled by any person. That is in the performance of his duty. We need to look at our constitution, which process has again been reawakened. The Auditor General should be an officer of Parliament, not of the executive. There is no way you can independently audit yourself. It doesn't happen. If you go to the countries that are able to fight this cancer called corruption, the Auditor General is an officer of Parliament. Like they report to us, they are for us, not for the executive. We have been in this game for a long time since I joined Parliament. We are founding members of ADNAC. Together with the majority leader, we are founding members of GOPAC. I've been around all these anti-corruption conferences, world conferences, and the rest. There are a lot of things we have to do, but the basis is integrity. Integrity, which is lacking. People talk about poverty. Most of it is poverty of the mind, not of resources. It's poverty of the mind. The people that cry that they don't have money are prepared to spend more money when they have funerals. That's poverty of the mind. We have a system traditionally. When you go to the chief, you don't go with empty hands. If you are a worker in Accra and your community decides that you are the next chief, and they come and lift you off and take your sandals from your feet, and they go and install you as a chief, there is a code of conduct different from the one you were exhibiting when you were in Accra. That code of conduct goes with cost. The community takes care of it. And that is why they say when you go to the chief, you don't go with empty hands. Now we are in public offices. You are a teacher somewhere, you go to contest, you say you want to serve your people. The people that you are going to serve are expecting you to pay them before they go with you. And that money is coming from your pocket. Let's face the facts. And you sponsor it in millions. And then they go and vote for you. Then the next day, they are expecting dividends. Not to the community, but to themselves as individuals. But they are not prepared for you to get any compensation or salary that will take all that cost into consideration. But they expect you to make it possible. The issue of integrity is key. We have to work on it, and I'm sure a constitutional review, which has been initiated again, and I'm happy the president is a born again now. Initially, he was against a constitutional review. He wanted us to pick a few articles and work on. But I've heard him now talk seriously about us continuing with the constitutional reforms. It should be massive. Gratuity was one of the instruments used to turn corruption. That if you are elected and you know that at the end of the day, you go home with something lump sum to take care of your life, you will not be tempted to be corrupt whilst in office. It doesn't help the situation. It has even worsened it. We have to look at all those issues. It's systemic. You can be a reverend, you can be an angel, you can be whatever. While the system is like that, when you are put inside, definitely is entering gutter, and the mud will be on you. Now we are losing all our value as leaders of our society, political leaders. So we have to take it seriously. I know the majority leader has a lot on it because now he's a vice president. I don't know whether he ascended to a position of president of GOPA, which is Global Organization of Parliamentarians Against Corruption. Ghana is ranking high there. And so what is happening in the country, we as leaders in parliament must take it up. You all know the pressures. And when we suggest that, let's stop doing that, people say that if you stop, the other will not stop, and they'll get the votes, and you will not get the votes. You all know it. You go to campaign and you don't pull from your pocket always. They say you are Armstrong or something. At the end of the day, the people that are following you and saying they'll vote for you, you get 0 votes at the branch. So please, it's a reality we must face. Face it with very clear minds and good hearts, and debate it and find solution to it. We can't continue this way. With this, the first deputy speaker to take the chair. Majority leader, it's your turn now.
Speaker, I was waiting for the guard to change. But if I may start, to also add my voice. Thank you, Mr. First Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to add my voice to the statement on anti-corruption made by the Honorable Benjira, Emmanuel Kwesi Benjira, who is at the moment the chairman of the Ghana chapter of APNAC, the African Parliamentarians Network Against Corruption. The Speaker, as the Prime Speaker indicated, that corruption is more than the wanton dissipation of monies allocated for public goods. It is an abuse of public trust for private gain. So if we are to unveil the plaque, corruption simply means stealing from public resources and applying it for private gain. That's because we should unveil the plaque. We keep talking about corruption with that glorified terminology as if it belongs somewhere else. It's here with us. And, Mr. Speaker, why should members of parliament be concerned with corruption? We should be concerned because corruption hurts the poor more than the rich in society. And corruption really relates to diverting resources that otherwise should be serving public good for private gain. But, Mr. Speaker, I've listened to colleagues who have spoken ahead of me, and they are all relating to the Auditor General's reports. I don't subscribe to that. Mr. Speaker, a principal function of Parliament is the exercise of oversight. And that oversight responsibility, Parliament discharges through our committees. It's a failure on our part when we keep referring to the Auditor General's reports. The Auditor General only supplements what Parliament is required to do. It's a deficit in our performance as a Parliament. So we are the gatekeepers of public purse. We allocate resources for public goods and services, and the executive executes the programs and for us with those allocated resources. Once the resources are allocated and the appropriation bill is passed by this House and assented to by Parliament, it is the responsibility of parliamentary committees to go after the various ministries, departments, and agencies in the application of these allocations. We don't do that. And as I said, I've listened to colleagues who have spoken to this anti-corruption crusade that now is infecting all of us. It is for the committees of Parliament to discharge that responsibility. So the Committee on Health goes to the Minister of Health. What are you doing with the allocated resources? The Committee on Energy goes to the Minister of Energy. The Committee on Works and Housing goes to the Minister of Works and Housing. That's how Parliament is supposed to operate. Here in Ghana, we don't do that. And that's why I'm saying that when everybody is talking about the work of the Auditor General, I shudder to think about what we think should be our responsibility. Today, I've heard colleagues talk about the charge that the Speaker made, that we form an ad hoc committee to go into COVID-19 expenditures. Again, just like what I said the other time about our invitation to the Finance Minister to come and account for COVID-19 expenditures, when I said it was a misplaced invitation, I would insist that that charge that we have put before the the ad hoc committee is misplaced. It will not work. Because the various committees, the various ministries expended monies on COVID-19. Why aren't we telling the Committee on Health to go to the Minister of Health to inquire into their expenditures on COVID-19? I will suggest to this House that the Committee on Health cannot go to the Minister of Education to inquire into their COVID-19 expenditures. They don't have the locus. They don't. And so that ad hoc committee that we have set up cannot do anything. Yes, because the committees are there. The Committee on Education must be charged to go to the Minister of Education. How much have you expended?
Honorable Leader, can we come back to the statement, please?
Mr. Speaker, so I agree with the principle that expenditures on COVID must be unraveled. I agree. But I'm saying that the procedure we have adopted is wrong. And unfortunately, it will not yield any dividends. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General is a tool for Parliament. My colleague, the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, was saying that Parliament should be appointing the Auditor General. I think I appreciate the principle he's espousing, except to draw his attention to Article 195. As the Speaker said, the Auditor General's office is a public office, and Article 195 vests the appointment into public office in the President. Maybe what we can do would be for us, in the case of the Auditor General, the other constitutional creatures, maybe Electoral Commission, NCC, SHRAG, the government statistician, to request that these should be subjected to prior approval of Parliament. Maybe you can do that. Fortunately for us, Mr. Speaker, Article 195 is not an entrenched provision. So if you want, we can bring it here and amend the Constitution to effect this change, to really guarantee the independence of the Auditor General. That's why I'm saying that I agree with the principle, but the process that you were recommending to us would be anti-constitution, and it would be a breach of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General, the Deputy Leader, also mentioned, and in respect of guaranteeing his independence. Yes, we must pursue financial autonomy for the Auditor General in order to insulate him and get him to be really independent. But my colleague will agree with me, and he spoke about the removal of the Auditor General, which maybe we can debate. But what was happening, you and I also agree, was irregular. When the Auditor General audits certain bodies, and he knows, the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee knows that not until the Auditor General submits his report to Parliament, his work is incomplete. And yet we have situations when the Auditor General worked on some bodies and found a way to leak the report to the press for people to tear the victims into shreds, only to have situations where the officials of the audit service will come to the Public Accounts Committee and apologize to them. Where do you have that? Where do you have that? I'm debating. I'm not debating because you said that he was removed. Let's go into the bones and nuts of it. What was right was wrong was wrong. We should not repeat it. And again, when we invited him, he was talking about the fact that, well, as far as he's concerned, audit can never be closed. One Auditor General audits an account, maybe 20 years, there's another Auditor General, he can go back. Where do you have that? Closure should be brought to auditing. Mr. Speaker, people should have patience. When people are talking at the other side, we don't say that the person is provoking debate. When I'm balancing the equation, you say that no. Mr. Speaker, the other matter that I guess we should be talking about has to do with assets declaration. Assets declaration. Assets are declared, and elsewhere, it is not for nothing that assets that are declared are lodged with the Auditor General. They are lodged in the Auditor General for purposes of tax declaration to ensure that you have fulfilled your tax obligations. In Ghana, the Constitution is silent on that. And so you lodge your assets with the Auditor General, and that's the end of it. People say that they have properties. The other day, somebody was saying that he has about 300 houses. You have done well. You own 300 houses. Where are they situated? What's the value of the houses? How much have you paid to the various district assemblies in property rates? And I know the minority leader has about 20 houses. How much has he paid? Mr. Speaker, that was in the lighter vein. I know the minority leader doesn't have more than 5 houses.
Honorable minority, you have withdrawn.
Mr. Speaker, that is in the lighter vein. I know he doesn't have 20 houses. Maybe it's 20 divided by 4. But Mr. Speaker, let's be honest with ourselves. Let's be honest with ourselves. The Honorable Dafiabako is leading me into temptation. I resist it fiercely. But Mr. Speaker, we should again look at the Constitution and whether the Constitution is serving us well. Mr. Speaker, again, let's come home. Let's come home. The CDD report indicates to us that in the lead up to the 2020 elections, averagely, every member of parliament spent about $600,000 to get elected to this house. As I am saying, averagely, through your primaries to the national elections. That's what you said, $600,000. Mr. Speaker, nobody is a Father Christmas here. Mr. Speaker, nobody is a Father Christmas here. Mr. Speaker, I have never said that people have that amount. I'm saying that CDD said we spent. You might not have had it. And in respect of the presidential candidates, They are citing about 50 million, the equivalent of $50 million. Do they have the monies? Do they have the monies? And we are pretending as if everything is right with us. That was 2020. Into 2024, what is going to happen? Nobody, even branch elections. I'm happy you are talking about that. Constituency elections, through the regional elections to national elections. You know what will happen? And they'll set the tone for the members of parliament, the parliamentary candidates. Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't pretend that everything is right with us. The political parties are not helping in these matters. By way of opening sluice gates every 4 years, people banging on your doors, even now that members of parliament are here, people are at your backyards, digging holes. You must go there and fill up those holes and then be able to move your car on the filled potholes. Mr. Speaker, so a person spends 600,000. I believe that in the lead up to 2020, it's not going to be anything less than 800,000 or perhaps even $1 million. How are you going to get money to do that? And when you get elected and your party wins and you are made a deputy minister or a minister, what will happen? Let's face the truth. What will happen? What will happen? What happened yesterday, what is happening today, and what may happen tomorrow? Mr. Speaker, we should be truthful to ourselves. We should be truthful to ourselves. Because certainly what is happening is not the best. And we must wake up to it. The committees of parliament must be much more up and doing than they have been. And Mr. Speaker, we should be prodding them to do what is right and not wait until the Auditor General finishes his report and submits them to us. Oftentimes, they relate to post-mortem exercises. Many of the culprits would have died even before the reports come here. Let's do what is right. And I guess together we'll be able to build a much more sustainable nation. Mr. Speaker, finally, in this House, we have been approving several 10 key projects. Mr. Speaker, whenever and wherever you see a 10 key project, raise a red flag. Contained in the 10 key projects, we may witness some ghosts. The House has been approving 10 key projects, and yet we have not been able to develop a policy to analyze 10 key projects. We should have some benchmarks to examine 10 key projects. All this while, our House has failed to do that. This Parliament has failed to do that. The Speaker, as for some figures that some of these institutions are throwing at us, the Sen Ghana and Imani telling us that about 30% of our GDP is lost to corruption every year. What are the facts supporting that? The Speaker, what are the facts contesting that? For the effort by CDD, which indicates to us that an equivalent of about 3 billion is lost, I believe that's closer to the truth. Because the World Bank itself has established that close to 20% of allocations in this country are lost to corruption, which translates to about 3 billion every year. So I would want to associate myself with that, not to take joy in that though, but to say to us that to me that is closer to the truth, and to compel us as a House to using the vehicles of our committees in Parliament to be doing much more serious inquisitorial job than we have been doing. We've not been doing much as far as the exercise of oversight is concerned. We should be pushing our committees of Parliament to do more than they have been doing. Mr. Speaker, with that, I would want to, as we usually say, with a few words that I've said about corruption and my own contribution. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
definition of free words in Parliament is different from what's in the dictionary. Very well, honourable members, we will now proceed to public business. So, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, page 13, item 17.
Very well. Fees and charges, miscellaneous provisions, Bill 2022, at the consideration stage. It's a continuation, is that right? Because we appear to be at the second schedule. Very well. Item 17I, second schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee's amendment. Amendment proposed. Page 205 on Minerals Commission. Page 205 on Minerals Commission. For mine support services registration and renewal. Good. Under approved fees and charges, in respect of applications forms, delete 150 for class C. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, it's been moved for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I am struggling to appreciate why the chairman for the Finance Committee is asking the House to delete this. If you can justify why you're asking this to be.
Yes, Chairman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is an application form and the fee associated with this is the 150, and it is by petty traders who try to do business in the mining sector. Generally, if, for instance, a toilet roll supplier wants to do business in, say, the telecommunications sector, they would go to any telco and sell to them without having to go through regulatory clearance. It was only in the mining sector that there appeared to be this requirement that if you want to supply, for petty traders, if you want to supply to players in the mining sector, then the Mineral Commission has to give you some kind of permit, and we kept it for the higher level suppliers. But for petty traders who do business with mining companies who are in the Class C, the committee considered that it was not consistent with the general practice across the various industries. And that is why we are deleting it in order to bring consistency.
Members, I think I jumped the gun. Apparently, it's not a continuation. It's a new bill. So we have to go through the clauses one by one. Even though there are no proposed amendments for any of them, except, yes, so we will take them together. So, clauses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or I'll just mention them one by one. Clause 1.
Clause 1. Authority to determine fees and charges.
Clause 2.
Rate of fees and charges.
Clause 3.
Annual adjustment of fees and charges.
Clause 4.
Review of fees and charges.
Clause 5.
Submission of proposed fees and charges.
Clause 6.
Regulations.
Clause 7.
Interpretation.
Clause 8.
Consequential amendment.
Clause 9.
Repeal and revocation.
Honourable members, there are no advertised amendments for clauses 1 to 9 as mentioned. All in favour of the House? All in favour of the House adopting clauses 1 to 9 as announced, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 9 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Now we will continue with the consideration of the schedules. There's no advertised amendment for the first schedule. All in favour of the first schedule being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The first schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. The second schedule.
Rate of fees and charges for a ministry, department, or agency.
Well, amendment proposed. Yes, Chairman, you may continue your explanation.
Mr. Speaker, I finished with the explanation, and I saw members nod their head. I take it that they have appreciated. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Item 1. All in favour of the amendment proposed, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item II. Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Page 206 on Ministry of Trade and Industry headquarters for integrate.
Oh, 205. Sorry, 205.
Sorry. Page 205 on Minerals Commission for Mine Support Services Registration and Renewal under approved fees and charges. In respect of registration fees, delete maximum 1,200 for Class C. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Lafema.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, like in respect of the item number, if you can justify why.
Yes, he's going to justify. Mr. Speaker, it's for the same reason. You'll see that the first one is in respect of the application form.
Yes.
The second one is in respect of the registration fee. So all we're saying is that petty traders that want to do business in the mining sector should not be paying regulatory fees in order that they can supply to mining sector operators.
Yes, ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, this particular amendment is important because we felt that petty traders who are largely Ghanaians and they don't have that kind of money to be paying to most mining mineral commission should be exempted so that they will be able to run their business where necessary. Approve.
All in favour of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item III. Chairman.
Yes, we his brother.
Okay.
Yes.
Who was in the name of Honourable Carlos Ahinkra, Honourable Haruna Idrisu, Honourable Amako Fibwa. Very well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. we like to propose the amendment to actually break down the figure captured as processing fee, which is 0.42, as we have it presently in the fees and charges bill, to give it meaning or give it more support with regards to what actually pertains as far as this charge is concerned. Mr. Speaker, the 1% inspection fee by law is supposed to be prescribed by the Minister for Trade. In fact, if you check the Import and Export Act at 503, as amended by at 585, if Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I may read 9B. It says that the importer shall pay an inspection fee in respect of the destination inspection, and 2 says that the inspection fee shall not exceed 1% of the total debitable CIF value as the minister may by legislative instrument prescribe. But unfortunately here, there's a little bit of setback. The minister, as far as from what I hear, did not have the opportunity to present a prescription on this particular distribution to the the finance committee, but the trade committee, which has a direct oversight over this ministry, gave us the ministry gave us the order or the permission to speak on their behalf, and this is how they wanted the breakdown. Mr. Speaker, the ministry, on behalf of government, has signed a contract, a proper contract through PPA with a private company to charge 0.75% of FOB as network charges when imports enter our ports. Now, this private company already has a contract to charge 0.3% of CIF for the scanning machines that he has put in the port, which he's been charging since the days of destination inspection, the year 2000, 2002. So that is established here, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, which is the network charges icons of 0.75% of FOB and scanning charges of 0.30% CIF of value of imports. Mr. Speaker, somewhere in 2003, the Ministry of Trade entered into a contract with Ghana Standards Authority to inspect all high-risk goods that enter our port. And they gave them permission to charge 0.15% of the CIF, out of the 1% that is charged on the CIF value. So the Ghana Standards Authority has been charging this fee all along until recently, when there was some miscommunication or misapplication, and by dint of somebody's own instructions by letter, they changed the whole thing, and now they are only taking 0.02. Mr. Speaker, oh, I moved it first. I didn't. Let me suspect that directly. Why are you the one directing me?
Bravo, don't worry. When you finish, you will move the motion. I will accept that.
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker. I'm guided. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Standards Authority already had a contract with the ministry by a letter that I have in my hand since 2003 to charge 0.15% of that 1% that they charge on inspection fee to guide or to cover the job that they provide the nation Ghana in our ports. All high-risk goods entering the country, they physically have to inspect this cargo. Unfortunately, this is not so. Then, of course, the Ministry of Trade itself, when destination inspection commenced in 2000, 2002, the inspection companies were charging this 1% directly. They were paying the Ministry of Trade or giving the Ministry of Trade back a 0.15% of whatever they were collecting as a fee to the ministry. So, in putting all this together, Mr. Speaker, we move that on page 266 of the bill, the processing fee, which of course is being called CCVR fee of 1% CI value of imports, and network charges, items of 0.4% of FOB be deleted. And in this place we insert processing. 1, Ministry of Trade and Industry, 0.15% of CIF.
The Ghana Standards Authority, 0.15% of CIF. Ghana Revenue Authority, 0.12% of CIF. Then the network charges, which goes to ICOMS, will be the standard contract signed rate of 0.75% of FOB, and scanning charges would maintain or would still remain the 0.30% of CIF. So when you put all this together, you get the 1% inspection fee and the 0.4% of FOB charges, which is actually what the law has prescribed for the charge of this thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman. What is your view of this proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, I've listened to my colleague carefully, and I'm taking note of also the amendment, the subsequent amendment. My only concern with what he is seeking to do is in respect of the first part, the way the 0.42 has been broken down. I happen to know, Mr. Speaker, that there are services that are paid from this 0.42 that are not captured here. And that there are. And I am worried that if we put this breakdown in law, we may have to find another fee line in order to pay for those services. So it will be helpful if we can go to the second amendment where it's 0.42, then the discretion would rest with the Ghana Revenue Authority, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and the Ministry of Finance to see how that money could be used to pay all the service providers, including the state entity that also provides service. That would be my thoughts on this.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, you will note that the majority leader chose to be excited when he see me as co-sponsor of the amendment. One, in respect of the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, because of my previous role as Minister for Trade, I hope that you give me an opportunity to explain where the Ministry of Trade comes in when it comes to matters of trade facilitation. And Mr. Speaker, why I support that a portion of this be shared is that that is what used to keep the ministry and some of its agencies functional, so that they don't over-depend on the Ministry of Finance, that sometimes will take this money and not even willing to make it available to them. Mr. Speaker, I wish the Honorable Alan Chimate, Minister for Trade, was here, but it didn't start under this administration. I supervised the last audit of what used to be called the destination inspection companies. And at the time, we had developed scanning as a new activity additional to destination inspection. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the spirit in which I'm there. But to let the leader appreciate that, Chairman, I need you here. It was when I filed this amendment that walking to the chamber, the chairman told me that he and his ranking had agreed to some kind of an amendment. So I had filed this before chairman said that he and the ranking member had discussed and will have common ground going forward. But Mr. Speaker, in respect of Ghana Revenue Authority, I just give an example. Even today, one or two of the IT companies that government has engaged gets more money than Ghana Revenue Authority. Yet you know the number of staff Ghana Revenue Authority employs. But I will share with you, I've discussed it with you, leader, that one of the IT-related companies take a certain percentage of revenue more than the Ghana Revenue Authority takes. Yet we know how many people Ghana Revenue Authority employs. So in that spirit, he's saying that make something available for Ghana Revenue Authority would only make that institution more productive and more functional. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm easy to go. If the chairman is working with the ranking member, who am I to disagree with them? But they should carry the chairman along only on the matter of trade facilitation. And Chairman, you recall, even when you became Deputy Minister for Finance, I had to discuss this matter with you at some level, that I didn't think that what happened even under the NDC era was good enough, where you knock off the role of the Ministry of Trade, take away resources meant for Ministry of Trade, and centralize everything at the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, that has disabled the current Minister for Trade from being functional and productive. It is in that spirit that I work with him. But as to the numbers, he himself has reported that they've signed a contract. We will respect the contract. But Mr. Speaker, my insistence will be that this money be ring-fenced and not distributed by the Ministry of Finance. Trade facilitation, Mr. Speaker, WTO is the Minister for Trade and Industry. And therefore, he should have a role, how much he pays for scanning, how much he pays for destination inspection, and then we also can see an improvement in revenue at the port. I think that, Mr. Speaker, I've repeatedly said it, all the revenue government of Ghana wants is at the port. We should pay attention to the leakages and the corruption at the port, and Ghana will get more revenue. So, Carlos, reach out to Chairman and let's have a compromise. He told me that he was comfortable with the Honorable Achuliwor's amendment. We just tweak yours small and carry you along. Don't be worried about Standards Authority. If they do trade and Ghana revenue yield. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
First, before you come in, please think about it. Your amendment is adding 0.7 to the amendment. The figure was 1.04. Now, when you add all what you have listed, it comes to the previous one, existing one was 1.4. Now, if you add all that you have listed, it comes to 1.47. So, do you have the authority to increase the cost to the trader in that respect? Yes,
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, I support the amendment being proposed by the chairman, his ranking and leader. Speaker, because there's opposition from the chairman of the Finance Committee. He's saying that we should leave the discretion in the hands of the GRE. And I think that as a house, we have encountered what the exercise of discretion is doing to revenue. Entities have come here to complain. Even where there are statutory requirements for revenue to be released, they are frustrated. So I prefer that the House carries the present proposed amendment. It tells you clearly how much goes to where. And that these are fees that importers will be paying. They want to understand exactly what they are paying for. But in the amendment as proposed originally, it doesn't tell you that. It doesn't tell you that. Yes, quorum is not a problem. Mr. Speaker, I'm being heckled by the Honorable Fadaku. So I think that I prefer the amendment being proposed by the chairman of the Trade Committee, and I want to urge the House so that we carry the amendment over what has been originally proposed. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, let me also add my voice to what is before us. Mr. Speaker, I would disagree with the chairman of Trade Committee. Mr. Speaker, I say this because what has been happening in the past, even today, is the fact that processing fee charged as part of the CCVR is shared among the MDAs by GRE. His amendment is to share it among 3 MDAs and ousting 1 MDA, Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, he's saying that the processing fee of 0.42 should be shared between the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Ghana Standards Authority, and Ghana Revenue Authority, deliberately ousting the Ministry of Finance. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not the way the CCVR of 0.42 is shared. Mr. Speaker, it is the mandate of the MDAs to sit and share the CCVR of 0.42 So his amendment that seeks to oust one and then obviously share it among the three, the Speaker, is wrong. This is not backed by law. There is no law backing this is amendment. So, Speaker, I have not seen anywhere that GRA gets 0.12%. I've not seen anywhere. So I disagree with him vehemently. Mr. Speaker, I say that discretion must be left to the minister responsible of finance and the MDAs. They should meet as cabinet colleagues and share and use of a sharing formula to share the 0.42 and not necessary to give it to apportion it. Mr. Speaker, if we do this, it will be illegal because this is just an LI. There's supposed to be an existing law that obviously would allocate this sharing formula. But until that is done, I don't see reasons why we can sit here and do it. Mr. Speaker, I urge him to withdraw this amendment and allow the committee's amendment to stand. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, you have moved the motion. You have the last word.
Mr. Speaker, I would have supported Ato's position if he tells the House the number of MDA that share the processing fee of 0.42. He's not telling us if Ministry of Trade is part of that sharing formula, if Standard Authority is part, and if Ministry of Finance is also part. So if we know that including Ministry of Finance, there are 4 that shares it, or the other, let's know, because if we don't know, they will not make that argument because we will think that only the 3 as scattered by the Honorable Ahinkra are the only people entitled. But if not, then let's know the agencies that are entitled, that we can support that. Well, let's leave it for those agencies to go and sit down and have their own arrangement on how to share it. Or some protection should be made such that not one ministry go and sit down and sit on the money and say that we will not give it to the others. We should have that protection provided. But Honorable Ato Forson just drew my attention to something there, and I want to add that we need to, the network charges, we should not put ICOMs into bracket. We should remove it. Because this is a network provider today. Tomorrow it will be another company. So we should remove it. We should not legislate on it. Yeah, network charges. Remove the ICOMs. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the last leg of the issue raised by the Deputy Leader. That is in respect of deleting ICONs as the network, the service provider. But we're not there yet. What we are dealing with now is whether or not the item listed as IV standing in the name of the Honorable Kingsley Carlos Ahinkra, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, and Emmanuel Amakufibua should stand or that it shouldn't stand. So that's the first part. The Speaker, the matter being debated now has to do with just one item of the lot. You realize that the 0.42 service charge is what we are dealing with here. The proposal coming from Honorable Carlos Ahinkra, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, and Honorable Emmanuel Amabua is that we should break the 0.42 down. I noticed that the minority leader is now reclining, retracing his step from that place. If I listen to him, he is supporting the 2 amendments. He cannot support the 2 amendments. The minority leader cannot support the 2 amendments. In one breath, he said that he supports the breakdown. In another breath, he said that he doesn't support the breakdown. But I know his predicament and the principle that he's espousing. And I agree with the Honorable Aveji and indeed the prime mover of that motion, that we should, in considering the allocation, factor in strongly what allocation or some allocation to the Ministry of Trade and Industry. We should also factor in some allocation to the Ghana Standards Authority, and also factor in some allocation to Ghana Revenue Authority and the Ministry of Finance and other companies as well. There are some entities that also render some services that some allocations are given to. So the list is not exhaustive. So, Mr. Speaker, I think in that regard, I'll go with the second proposal by the Honorable Ato, incidentally supported again by the minority leader. And I'll support that second proposal. But in doing that, because that one doesn't come with any breakdown, I think that's the worry of the Honorable Carlos Ahinkra. We'll leave it to the minister responsible. And then we'll, for the avoidance of doubt, speaking to what is contained here, indicate strongly that in doing the allocation, they should factor in the Ministry of Trade and Industry, the Ghana Standard Authority, the Ghana Revenue Authority, and the Ministry of Finance, and other entities that they may deem appropriate. Simplicity. We cannot factor it into the law, because that will be using the instrument to amend the parent law, and that is not acceptable. That is not done. You can't do that. So Carlos, I'll plead with you in that regard to stand down this, and then we'll go to the second with this strong advocacy that it should factor.
You pleaded. Now you say strong advocacy.
The advocacy for him.
Oh, very well.
The strong advocacy for his position that you should factor the allocation in the allocation, a portion to the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Ghana Standard Authority, Ghana Revenue Authority, the Ministry of Finance, and other relevant entities. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my fears, and the main reason why I decided to put in this amendment has actually been supported by the arguments I'm hearing here. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned earlier before I even started my debate that this fee, as my ranking member said, ranking member of finance said, is not just in vacuum. It's supported by law. Import and Export Act 503, amended by Act 585, and it states at 9B, 1 and 2, the importer shall pay an inspection fee in respect of the destination inspection. The inspection fee shall not exceed 1% of the total debitable CIF value, as the minister may by legislative instrument prescribe. This minister here is the Minister of Trade. Please, everyone can listen to me. This minister here is the Minister of Trade, not the Minister of Finance. Now, Mr. Speaker, the way the second amendment is being captured, they have landed for the Minister for Finance to rather prescribe this fee, which is what has happened till now. Mr. Speaker, I'll take us back. Mr. Speaker, I'll refer you to Hansard of 4 February 2020. I think item 144, and I would read a report by the Trade, Industry and Tourism Committee that your speakership charged to go and look into the affairs of the GSA and why they were struggling. Mr. Speaker, I'll read a little portion if you grant me leave to so to do. Mr. Speaker, your committee, in my opinion, did a very good job. And this is coming from Honorable Yusuf Suleimani, who then happens to be the, I think the ranking member also there. Deputy ranking, sorry. Mr. Speaker, your committee, in my opinion, did a very good job. We were able to unravel some of the challenges. Notably, among them is inadequate funding to support the operations of Ghana Standards Authority. It would interest us to note that in 2003 up to August 2015, the authority received 15%.
Honorable, are you done?
Mr. Let I be going. So these money.
You are the city.
Mr. Speaker, it goes on to say that the authority received 15% of the 1% destination inspection levy on all imported goods. The monies resulted in GSA receiving amounts of $700,000 on a monthly basis. The same cannot be said of the organization as we speak today. Mr. Speaker, it goes on and says that the committee strongly recommends that the 15% of the 1% of the destination inspection levy be restored. And this motion, Mr. Speaker, when it was put to vote, it was accepted by the House. So it means that the 15% or the 0.15% of the 1% that GSA was receiving, this House itself, by this instrument, had agreed that we restore it to them. Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding, if we lump the 0.42 together as it is today, the distribution is not left to the Ministry of Trade to do, but it is left to the Ministry of Finance. And it deprives the agencies which are involved in destination inspection of handling this monies. Mr. Speaker, I have been a deputy minister before, and I know how it has affected the ministry and its agencies. As far as I'm concerned, nobody can tell me that there are any agencies involved in destination inspection that are not receiving monies that is allocated to them. This 1% is supposed to be prescribed by the Ministry of Trade, and by not giving them the opportunity to do so, it has affected so many things. Let's look at how did it happen. From 2003 to 2016, it was 15% for GSA, 15% for Ministry of Trade, and the rest to Ministry of Finance and GI. By a stroke of a pen, let me say, and to all, with all due respect to my other colleagues, Honorable Julius Debra sent an instruction to the Ministry of Finance to redistribute the amount. I have the letter here, Mr. Speaker, which I can produce. And let me finish. I'm being heckled, and so I don't speak anymore. I give up because I don't know why we don't want something to prevail in this matter.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have listened to the chairman, and we have listened to the Honorable Achuliwor and the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, I would wish that you put the question on the amendment of Honorable Achuliwor and Co. If that carries, that will defeat our original proposal, and then it will bring matters to rest. But Mr. Speaker, you need to get this historical context. He is not, after all, wrong. It is his advocacy which is not persuasive. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that destination inspection companies used to be under the direct control of the Minister for Trade and Industry. At some point in 2013, I brought in a Belgian expert from WTO to assess it for us to transit into what was known as a single window transition. In that single window transition, which gave birth to what was known as West Blue, the Ministry of Finance decided to own destination inspection and the single window of West Blue. That, in my view, was not best practice, because it meant that the Ministry of Finance was now taking an additional role at trade facilitation, but Mr. Speaker, they are connected. Trade facilitation facilitates revenue gain for the Minister for Finance. So the Minister of Finance then became the supervising minister for the single window. Then we commissioned scanning in the same 2013, separate from destination inspection because there was an end. So if Carlos is still quoting destination inspection, he's lost because we have moved on as a country into a single window platform for revenue enhancement. But Mr. Speaker, having listened to leader, he says Haruna belongs to the two. He too, his argument, he belongs to the two. Because he's finally ended. Our problem, Mr. Speaker, is that this money, the 0.42 be shared. And it be shared among 4 entities, not more. I heard leader know the others, name them for us, so that Speaker will be guided. We know Ministry of Finance, we know Ghana Standards Authority, we know Ministry of Trade and Industry, and then we know the network service providers. If you say others, share the others with us, because the sharing I'm aware of is this 4. What the chairman and my amendment got lost was that we didn't add the Minister for Finance. We didn't. So that can be added. I'm not sure you have other additions at the port that are related to this number. I'm not sure of the others. But why we didn't add finance, Mr. Speaker, was because they control the kitty. But the policy practice have moved on away from destination inspection. So maybe we should carry Honorable Atu's amendment with an understanding that the 0.42 will be shared among the respected institutions, Ministry of Trade and Industry, Ghana Standards Authority, Ghana Revenue Authority, and the Ministry of Finance. You don't need to add others. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. But we think that the Minister for Trade on matters of trade facilitation should not be at the beck and call of the Minister of Finance. That is our argument. Mr. Speaker, what happens is that those days, as I recall, if I was reminding Rickett, I will minute to him those days as deputy, then they will go to finance, then the distribution is done. But now the Minister for Trade is helpless. He has no role, and finance chooses to do what they want to do with him. That is wrong, in my view. And I remember even telling Honorable Achuliwor and his minister at the time, I fought them, he knows that it was wrong practice, so it is still wrong. I thank you.
Very well. Now, there are 2 motions seeking to amend the same clause. Is that right? Even though different proposals of amendment is offered by each of the proposed amendments. The rule is that the last one is put to a vote first. So, but that has not been moved. Yes, so that amendment by Honorable Achuliwor, Ivy, you may move your motion now.
Move it and we'll support it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these debates remind me of the traditional rivalry between Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Trade. But, Mr. Speaker, my amendment proposed. Mr. Speaker, I propose that under page 266 on Ministry of Trade and Industry Headquarters for Integrated Customs Management Service fee, delete processing fee, CCVR fee of 1% of CIF value of import, and network charge into bracket ICOMs of 0.4% of FOB. Delete. Mr. Speaker, I propose that we insert the following. Processing fee, CCVR fee of 0.42% of CIF value of imports. Mr. Speaker, I also propose that network charges, but I delete further amendment into bracket ICOMs, which is a company. Mr. Speaker, I propose that we delete that one, but network charges of 0.75% of FOB values of import. Mr. Speaker, lastly, scanning charges of 0.3% of CIF value of import. Mr. Speaker, to explain this, the service charge has to do with a contract that Ministry of Finance has signed. The Speaker, network charge also has to do with a contract that has been signed. And so, Mr. Speaker, these are all obligations on the state, and therefore there's the need for us to service it. Mr. Speaker, processing fee of 0.42% is available for all MDAs to share. Mr. Speaker, I've often said that in as much as we recognize that trade facilitation is indeed a function of the Ministry of Trade and Industry, customs function has no doubt is a function of taxation, and certainly it's Ministry of Finance and its allied agencies. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not understand why there's always rivalry between these two agencies as to who controls trade facilitation. Mr. Speaker, trade facilitation has customs element in it. Same as you cannot actually perform customs functions without trade facilitation. So it's for the two agencies to work together. And that is why I find it very difficult to understand the reason why these two agencies are fighting over nothing. I agree that there are gray areas, but importantly, we cannot legislate by sharing the 0.42% and in a way that will oust the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, that would not be fair, because the Ministry of Finance also performs an important role, and they should be allocated that kind of money. That is why, Mr. Speaker, my amendment does not seek to share it, but I agree that that money will be available as processing fees, but to leave it to the ministries, departments, and agencies to sit and share it appropriately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I see the only issue is the issue of mistrust. If you don't share, some will not get theirs. Ministry of Finance. That appears to be, Ministry of Finance, that appears to be the challenge. That when the money comes into your domain, the others don't get their own. Is that not the case? Trade, is that not the case? That once the money, even though it's to be shared among a certain group, once finance gets hold of it, the rest don't get theirs. From my own experience at DVLA, I used to deduct my percentage before I send it, because the law says retain. Once you send it there, you won't get it back. So I'll account for it, retain mine before I send the rest to you. I don't know how that can be done, because the money goes to them directly. But and truly, it is a challenge with all the agencies. It's not also because Ministry of Finance is greedy, it's because it's always hungry for money for all of us. But all I see here is an issue of mistrust, that if it goes to the ministry, the rest will not get their little portion. How do we deal with that? Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, with my experience in the Ministry of Finance supervising revenue, there has never been controversy over the sharing. In fact, if you take letters from even the previous administration, they kept varying the share. Once it is varied in a letter, I've seen one from the Chief of Staff's office sometime in 2015. I've seen another one from the Ministry of Finance in 2022. Once they lock in the ratios, everybody complies with it. There's never been an issue about what you are entitled to not coming to you.
Never happened.
And there are many other players at the port that occasionally make the case, and the Chief of Staff, for instance, may come in and give a formula, and that is what everybody works with. So this idea that somehow people don't get what they're entitled to, it's not true. It just has never happened.
Very well, I'll put the question on the second amendment. All of you. Deputy Leader. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, before you put a question, I want to put it on record that for me, the four agencies that I've mentioned can easily share the 0.42. For instance, if you take Ministry of Finance taking 0.1, Ministry of Trade taking 0.1, Ghana Standard Authority taking 0.1, and GRA take 0.12. That gives it a 0.42. But that is not the decision of majority. But we should have some clause in the the bill to make sure that the Ministry of Finance doesn't sit on the money, but they share it to all the agencies that are entitled to it. If we don't do that, they will go and sit on the money.
You're repeating the fear, because they have been given assurance that it has never happened. So I'll put a question on amendment proposed by Honorable Achuliwor, because that's the last one. That is the rule. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The amendment is carried. Then it automatically stultifies the previous amendment moved by the Honorable Carlos Ahinkra. So the question is, the second schedule as variously amended shall stand. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your direction, but I'd like to put on record that what has happened here today is actually allowing an administrative directive to overshadow the law. I have quoted the law to us here in this house.
Honorable, you're out of order. We are making the law now. If it was an administrative directive, it is being made law now. So
No, with all due respect, this is the Fees and Charges Act.
Yes,
but the ministry that is in charge of bringing this fee and this breakdown is the Trade Ministry and not the Finance Ministry. Today, as it stands, it's the Finance Ministry that's going to break or distribute this amount.
No, it is Parliament that is making the law, as we speak now. Whether it is Trade or who brought it, it is Parliament that is making the law now. And once Parliament makes the law, it is that which reigns.
Mr. Speaker, yourself a good respected lawyer. I know that you have put the question on Honorable Atu's proposed amendment, and that has carried. But Mr. Speaker, beyond the debate of pepper and hat of the United Kingdom, Ghana's law have also recognized parliamentary debate as a guide to interpretation. I just wanted you to enforce that it is the thinking of this House as we move this amendment that this money be shared among the four entities as mentioned. Thank you. Just for the record of our parliamentary debate for purpose of tomorrow. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, just to corroborate the point by my respected senior at the bar, the Supreme Court in Eyimesa had to call on Hansa to take a final decision in its ruling in February of 2015. So, Mr. Speaker, it's important for the records to reflect that no such monopoly is being given to the Finance Ministry, and they don't have, they do not have such absolute rights, exclusive as they may seem to be, to retain, but it is expected of them. Parliament of Ghana, in passing this law, is expecting the Ministry of Finance to be fair in the said distribution, to allay all fears. Mr. Speaker, that is the thinking of Parliament. I thank you. Thank you.
The second schedule as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The second schedule as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Long title.
An act to provide for fees and charges levied by ministries, departments and agencies and related matters.
All in favor of the long title being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of the consideration of the Fees and Charges Ministerial Provisions Act 2022. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, we should be taking item 8 on page 4.
Yes.
And I'll seek your leave for it to be done by the Deputy Minister of Finance.
Yes. Honorable Deputy Minister, you may.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that item number 8, the resolution listed in item number 8 on page 4 and 5 of today's order paper be adopted. Thank you.
Yes, Ramki.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, the resolution numbered 8 on page 4 and 5 of today's order paper be moved and seconded. All in favor of the House adopting the resolution, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The House has adopted the resolution numbered 8 on page 4 and 5 of today's order paper. Yes.
Speaker, item 5, questions. Yes, we are ready to take the questions now. The ministers are here, Speaker.
Very well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, looking at the number in the chamber, and Mr. Speaker, we are exhausted. We are exhausted. We cannot absorb the answers very well. So we pray that your agenda, how we are in your hands.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the records, if this application is upheld, the records will have it that when the Honorable Minister responded to our summons and came, and your side, the members of Parliament who asked such a question and were ready to ask their questions, the Deputy Minority Leader, speaking for and on behalf of the minority, applied for this to be placed on ice until such a time that they will be ready to take it. Mr. Speaker, I just want to understand his application. Let your application be clear. Let your application be clear. It is question time. The minister is here.
The ministers. Mr. Speaker, the ministers.
We have the colleague, the minister. You sit down. Let me finish. No. Let me. Mr. Speaker, the majority side controls government business, and we have consulted, and upon consultation, we have applied to proceed. Mr. Speaker, we have applied to proceed with questions. If I got the Deputy Minority Leader right, it is his case that this House should stand adjourned. And since we don't need any motion for adjournment, Mr. Speaker, he's trying to lead you into temptation. So we want it to be clear. What exactly is the nature of his application?
Mr. Speaker, I am actually not leading you to temptation. The Honorable Deputy Majority Leader says that it's question time. This is not a question time. Yes, that is the reason why you should accommodate us as well. If this side of the House accommodated you by allowing you to have varied the business on other people, to take public business instead of the question, you should also accommodate us if we say that we are exhausted. So we are exhausted. So this question should be programmed. But Mr. Speaker, we are in your hands. We are in your hands.
Mr. Speaker, now the application is
Speaker, oh, we didn't call you. Please sit down.
Resume your seat, please. Honourable members, at the pre-sitting meeting, the leadership agreed, unfortunately the deputy leader was not there, agreed the procedure for doing business today. Start with statement, go to public business, and end with questions. Let it also be clear that question time is private business of members. If members say that their business should be deferred, I'll be very much obliged. Otherwise, I'm equally tired. But this is private members. So I'll ask those who have further questions whether it is okay for them if the answers provided by the ministers be published in the Hansard as so answered. This time I'm dealing with the persons whose questions are before me, not any other person. Honorable Ives Norte, Tema Central, Honorable Yusuf Suleiman Abole Bamboy, Honorable Abednego Azuma Bandim Upurgu, Honorable Abel Dakuka Alau Zugagaru, and yes, these four are those who have questions before me. If they say that they'll be okay if the answers are public, because the ministers have been here since morning. If not, then we have to proceed. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let's go ahead and take the questions.
Very well. Question number 1107. In the name of the Honourable Member for Tema Central, Mr. Ives Norte. To be answered by the Honourable Minister for Railway Development. Yes, Honourable Hanson Norte, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Honourable Minister this important question.
Oh, please proceed.
To ask the Minister for Railways Development what innovations the Ministry intends to employ to transform the existing railway network, which is mainly single track, considering the benefits of double track lines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the redevelopment and expansion of Ghana Railway Network is being guided by the Ghana Railway Master Plan 2023, which was revised in 2020. The Master Plan, Mr. Speaker, envisages the construction of approximately 4,000 kilometers of railway lines, which would have some sections as single track and others as double track. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry is implementing the development of the network in phases in line with the Railway Master Plan, depending on availability of funds. Currently, Mr. Speaker, work is ongoing on certain sections of the Western Line from Chakradi Port to Huni Valley, a distance of 114 kilometers, and from Kase to Edum in Kumasi, Ashanti region, a distance of 6 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, work is also about 95% completed on the Burkina Line, which stretches from Tema through Mpakada. Mr. Speaker, let me take the opportunity to clarify the various configurations of the track formation that the Ministry is currently implementing on various sections of the Railway Master Plan. Firstly, we have on some sections of the railway network single formation, single infrastructure with single track lines. This time, Mr. Speaker, involve the construction of single track bed formations to accommodate a single track line. The single track bed formations has infrastructure such as culverts, road over bridges, and road under bridges built for single track. An example of this type of configuration is what is being developed on the Tema and Mpakada line, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, we are implementing another configuration which involves double formation track, double bed, double infrastructure, single track line. With this type of configuration, Mr. Speaker, the track bed is constructed to accommodate double track lines. However, a single track is initially laid on the possibility of laying a second rail track on formation in the future. In other words, the track bed formation for this type of configurations involve earthwork, culverts, road over bridges, road under bridges built for double track. This type of configuration, Mr. Speaker, is what is being implemented on Kojo Krom to Takwa section of the Western Line and Accra to Nsawam section of the Eastern Line. It is expected that, Mr. Speaker, subject to increase in traffic density and demand availability of funds, the lines will be double lines from Takoradi Port to Takwa from Accra to Nsawam section respectively. Mr. Speaker, the 42-kilometer track configuration, which is a double track, involves the construction of double formation track bed, double infrastructure like culverts, roads, bridges, and road under bridges with double track lines overlaid. An example of this track configuration again is what is being constructed in Kumasi, Edum to Edwardin section of the Western Line, a total kilometer of about 18 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, currently the only freight traffic on the rail network is the transportation of manganese from Usuta mines to Takoradi Port. Due to the deteriorations of the old narrow gauge line and associated deficiencies, the Ghana Railway Company Limited is able to transport less than 1 million metric tons of manganese annually. Projected peak of the haulage on the Western Line is estimated at 7 million to 50 million metric tons. With an increase in freight haulage, Mr. Speaker, the construction of double lines will make economic sense, provided estimated traffic volumes will go beyond 20 million metric tons per annum. Mr. Speaker, at peak of 20 million metric tons per year, the use of a modern state-of-the-art signaling and telecommunication system together with loops and passing lines can be used to increase volume capacity of the line by further increasing the number of trains on the single line. For instance, the Ghana-Burkina Faso Railway interconnectivity line, which is being predominantly used for haulage of the freight, is not expected to exceed 20 million metric tons in the long term as the industry benchmark for double line. The cost of construction of a double line has been assessed to be at least 1.5 times the cost of a single line. It is therefore economically advisable, Mr. Speaker, to construct a single line due to financial constraints and to additionally resort to use of very effective signaling communication system and long passing loops to augment the services of the single track. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure this August House that the development of Ghana Railway Network is guided by the Railway Master Plan, and the construction of either a double or single track lines are informed by traffic requirement of a particular sections of the line, respectively. Mr. Speaker, the number of people engaged under the NAPCO, sorry, Mr. Speaker. sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to use this opportunity to assure the August House that the development of Ghana Railway Network is guided by the Railway Master Plan, and the construction of either a double or single track lines are informed by traffic requirements of a particular section of the respective line. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, there will be no further questions.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Thank you for attending the phone to House to answer questions. You are discharged. Can you switch off your mic before you leave, please? Very well. The next set of questions are to be answered by the Minister of State at the Office of the President. Yes. Question number 167. Honourable Member for Bolivar Boy, Receive Sulemana. Yes, you may ask your question. The question has not been asked yet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of State
at the office of the President how much has been expended on the Marine Drive project in the last 4 years? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, we put in a request for this particular question to be rescheduled to enable us prepare adequately and also gather information for Marine Drive projects. Mr. Speaker, I've been sitting here since morning with due respect to personally inform you that we did submit a proposal request to the table, the clerk yesterday to this effect. So unfortunately, we didn't provide any answer on the Marine Drive. So we seek your leave for to reschedule this particular question.
Honorable, you say that you have sought leave for your question to be rescheduled. Unfortunately, the table office appear not to have acted on it. So,
Respectfully, Mr. Speaker,
have the information.
This question is about 1.5 years old. The Minister of Tourism was here, and he pleaded for time. And in private, he told me that I should redirect this question to the presidency, which I did. Last 2 weeks, the minister was supposed to appear to answer this question. It appeared in the order paper, and you sent a letter asking for the day to be rescheduled to last week. So this is the third time we are coming asking for a reschedule of this question. I think that we are not doing ourselves good, and I would suggest that within the shortest possible time, you gather the information and come and answer. If not, I'll provide the information because I have some of the information here. Thank you.
Leader, kindly let the minister, let me ask the minister when, so that the record reflects when you will get the information, and when can you bring the information he asked?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think 1 week would be okay for us. Thank you.
Very well. Table office, please take notice and make sure that the next time you program her, she has the information. Thank you, Honourable Member. And question number 226.
Yeah, but Mr. Speaker, I want to clear this. He rightly said that he posted the question to the Ministry of Tourism. There's been a transition. This whole project started under Honourable Inspector Jari. It moved on to another minister, to a second minister. It's been transitioned from there to the office of the president. So this is not the third time.
You don't have the information. When you come, you give all that explanation. Question number 226. Honourable Member for Bumpurugu. Honourable Member for Bumpurugu. No, if he's not here, it's late. I'm not going to allow another person to answer, to ask a question. I'll move on to 227. Honourable Member for Garu. Very well, Honourable Members, that brings us to the end of question time. I will bring proceedings to a close. Yes.
Speaker, if I want to appeal to my colleague, he had earlier expressed the sentiment of being fatigued. If we can just lay an item, presentation of papers, item 7, Speaker, I want to appeal to my colleague. We just item 7C, and earlier on, Speaker.
Sorry, Honourable Minister, you're discharged.
Speaker, item 7C and also D. Earlier for D, in respect of D, the chairman had engaged me, the ranking member, together with the chair, had engaged me on it. But
honourable, that those are not difficult, they can be done tomorrow. Let's do them tomorrow. Unless you're saying time is running against them.
Yeah.
If there's no time limit to them, we can do them tomorrow.
Speaker, it's just late.
Yes, I know that. It's 5:10. We started at 11. We've done a lot for today. Thank you very much. Honourable members, the House is adjourned to tomorrow, Thursday, July 14, 2022, at 10 o'clock in the phone.